Good afternoon to you and welcome to this live broadcast of the Senate. 2 minutes to the commencement of business this afternoon, where the senators are set to consider a number of business before the House this afternoon. Given priority in today's order paper is the consideration of the report of the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding a petition to the Senate by employees of the former Kenya Cooperative Creameries Limited, popularly known as KCC, concerning the non-payment of outstanding terminal dues and terminal benefits owed to Maziwa Circle farmers and employees of the Kenya Cooperative Creameries. The report is by the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. The Senate is set to resume debate on this motion, and after the conclusion of the time allocated for this debate, a question will be put for senators to vote on this motion to either uphold or reject the report by the Standing Committee on Matters Labor, Social Welfare on a petition by KCC employees on terminal dues. The other motion pertains to the consideration of the report of the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding the petition to the Senate by one Mr. Titus Njoroge concerning his dismissal by the African Inland Church, AIC of Kenya, and the non-payment of arrears owed to him. This is a motion by the Chairperson, Standing Committee on Matters Labor and Social Welfare, that the Senate adopts the report by the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare following a petition to the Senate by Mr. Titus Njoroge, and the petition by Mr. Titus was in regards to his dismissal by AIC Church of Kenya, non-payment of arrears owed to him, and the Committee on Labor, having ventilated on that matter, laid the report in regard to that petition on the table of the Senate on the 19th day of February 2026. Consideration of a report by the Committee on Labor is also coming up for debate under motion number 3, following a petition by the Senate by Ms. Beatrice Likuop concerning people living with disability in Kenya. The petition is in regards to invisible disability, and the Standing Committee on Matters Labor will be seeking to have the Senate adopt the report following a petition by Ms. Beatrice Likuop concerning people living with invisible disability. The committee also interrogated that matter by Ms. Beatrice Likuop and tabled the report on the table of the Senate on the 19th day of February. But away from the many motions, the Senate will also be considering the Kenya National Council for Population and Development Bill. It is a bill originating from the National Assembly, Bill number 72 of the year 2023 by the Senate leader of the majority party. After the allocated time is concluded for debate, the mover of this bill, who happens to be the leader of the majority party, will be called upon to reply. And our dear viewers, if you're just joining us, the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Kingi, is the Speaker who will be presiding over the business of the Senate this afternoon. Allow me to hand over for this live broadcast. Enjoy your viewing.
Na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Twakuomba utuwajalie tuyatende na kufikia mambo yote atakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do you have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
Well, the business of the Senate has commenced this afternoon in a session presided over by the Speaker of the House, Honorable Amason Kingi. A little quorum hitch has occurred, prompting the Speaker to direct the Sergeant at Arms to ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes. And the 10 minutes directive is guided by the Senate Standing Orders number 40 on matters quorum upon the commencement of business. As we await for that quorum to be attained, let's have a look at today's order paper in regards to the business lined up for consideration by senators, where a number of bills as well as motions have been lined up for consideration. Among the key priorities for the House this afternoon is the consideration of the report of the Mediation Committee on Coffee Bill, Senate Bills number 10 of the year 2023. The Mediation Committee arose after the respective chambers of Parliament, that is the National Assembly and the Senate, failed to agree on some clauses on the Coffee Bill, Bill number 10 of the year 2023, prompting the formation of a mediation committee that was appointed to address issues of concerns. The clauses under mediation include clause number 8 on the amendment of the definition of the word sales catalogue. The National Assembly had proposed that the words be deleted in the presence of a commercial miller. And the resolution by the Senate is that the Senate declined to the amendments because there has been incidences of stealing of coffee such that the amount that is declared to the grower after milling is sometimes understated, and it's not declared at all before the coffee is presented for the exchange for sale. This definition provided by the Senate on matters sales catalogue was therefore to ensure matters accountability. Clause number 3 on objects to amend by deleting words promote the vertical integration of coffee value chain at the production level for the purposes of achieving economics of scale and managing risks. And the proposal was to insert promotion integration of the value chain actors for the purposes of achieving economic scale. So members from the Senate also declined that proposal because the purpose of the integration is to benefit farmer at the production level. There are a number of clauses that were proposed for further amendments, but members of the Senate appointed to the mediation committee declined the proposals from the National Assembly and further opting to explain further what the proposals from the Senate was about. So the team, having sat and come up with the report, it was debated for the better part of last week's session, or last week but one rather, with the senators hailing the senator for Kirinyaga County, Senator James Murango, who was the originator of the coffee bill, over the proposals to protect the Kenyan farmers. But away from that, the Electronic Equipment Disposal, Recycling and Refusal Bill, Senate Bills number 5 of the year 2025, a bill by nominated Senator Peris Tobiko, is also set for resumption of debate this afternoon for senators to debate the proposals in regards to the management of electronic waste as proposed by Senator Peris Tobiko in her bill on electronic waste management and disposal. On standing orders number 53, subsection 1, a number of senators are set to seek for statements. Senator Alexander Mundigi, the senator for Embu County, is set to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing regarding the upgrading to bitumen standards of Ngadi Road in Mwea Makima divisions of Mbeere North Sub-County in Embu County. Senator David Wakoli, who is serving as the senator for Bungoma County, also has a matter understanding orders number 53, subsection 1. This is seeking for a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget regarding the implementation of financing locally led climate action FLOCA program in Bungoma County. Senator for Kajiado, Senator Seku Lenku Olekanar, will also be seeking for a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations regarding the shooting of 2 civilians in an incident involving police officers in Kitengela town in Kajiado County. On your screens, members of the Senate continue streaming into the chamber this afternoon to allow the House to raise quorum for the commencement of business. Senator Andrew Omteata, his statement is in regards to the failure by the National Transport and Safety Authority. The quorum has been attained. Allow me to hand you over.
We do have quorum now, so we'll proceed with the day's business. Clerk, proceed to call the first order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Senator Falamu, take your seat. Senator Okenyuri, you may pass your greetings later. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting teachers and students from Kid Palace schools in Kajiado County. The delegation consists of 16 teachers and 108 students. In our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate, on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I will call upon the minority whip to extend a word of welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to the students and teachers from Kajiado County, and encourage the young lads to be able to observe keenly what it is that we do here. We were once seated where you're seated, to come in and observe what Parliament is all about, and now it gives us an opportunity to be able to practice what we saw being practiced before. I want to challenge all of you to commit yourself to a better future than the future you see. One of the key, most important things that I'd like you to take seriously is that when it comes to politics, when it comes to Parliament, it is about convincing each other. We've got the one side of the aisle and the other side of the aisle where people sit down and debate on issues to be able to better this country. So I welcome you to enjoy your time in this while visiting this Parliament, and I hope that in future, most of you who are seated here will be able to be seated in either side of the aisle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order, Clerk.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, the 19th February 2026. Reports of the Auditor General laid pursuant to Senate resolutions of Tuesday, 11th November 2025 on the referral of the statutory instruments and papers submitted during recess for the year ended 30th June 2025. Mirima Maternity Level 4 Hospital, Mombasa County, Taita Taveta County Assembly Members Car Loan and Mortgage Fund, Samburu Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kwale, Moivoi County Referral Hospital, Taita Taveta County Government, Special Municipality of Mwatate, Kapkoros Level 3A Hospital, County Government of Bomet, Lodwar Municipality, Trans Nzoia County Executive Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund, Turkana County Assembly Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund, staff, Engineer Municipality County Government of Nyandarua, Nyandarua County Agricultural Institutions Revolving Fund, Kiambimbi Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kirinyaga, Nyandarua County and Sanitation Company Limited, Kirogoya Kutus Municipality, Tetu Water and Sanitation Company Limited, Lake Olbolosat Sub-County, Lake Olbolosat Sports Tourism and Conservation Half Marathon Fund, County Government of Nyandarua, Nyandarua County Health Facility Improvement Financing Fund, Ibasho Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kisii, Kendu Bay Municipality, Homa Bay County Emergency Fund, Igegania Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kiambu, Mathare North Level 4 Hospital, Nairobi City County Government, Njiru Hospital, Nairobi County Government, Mama Margaret Uhuru Kenyatta Level 5 Hospital, Nairobi City County Government, Mariani District Hospital, County Government of Kisii, Kisii County Health Facilities Improvement Fund, Migori County Executive Car Loan and Mortgage Fund, Migori County Health Services Fund, County Government of Migori, Odhoro Level 4 Hospital, Rashonyo, County Government of Homa Bay, Rashonyo East Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Homa Bay, Maguga Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Homa Bay, Kisii County Alcoholic Drinks Control Fund, Masimba Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, Sub-County Hospital, County Government of Kisii, Othoro Sub-County Hospital, County Government of Migori, Ibone Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kisii, Nyabashe Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kisii. Kerisho County Referral Hospital, County Government of Kerisho. Isiabe Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kisii. Gusha Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kisii. Kiongoro Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kisii. Iranda Sub-County Referral Hospital, County Government of Kisii. Kenyanya Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kisii. Manga Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Nyamira. Nyamasbi Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kisii. Isebania Sub-County Hospital, Migori County Government. Awendo Sub-County Hospital, Migori County Government. Lumumba Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kisumu. University of Eldoret Endowment Fund. Nairobi County Executive Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund, County Government. Nandi County Executive Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund, County Government of Nandi. Tarbo Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Uasin Gishu. Kisengi Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Homa Bay. Rongo Sub-County Hospital. Rogo Sub-County Hospital, County Government of Migori. Thika Level 5 Hospital, County Government of Kiambu. Lusegeti Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kiambu. Lari Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kiambu. Bagathi County Referral Hospital, Nairobi City County Government. Kiambu County Assembly Staff Loan Scheme Fund. Kiambu County Health Services Facilities Improvement Fund. Kiambu County Alcoholic Drinks Control Fund. Kiambu County Assembly Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund. Nairobi County Alcoholic Drinks and Licensing Board. Uriri Sub-County Hospital, County Government of Migori. Ndiwa Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Homa Bay. Nyamaranga Sub-County Hospital, County Government of Migori. Karungo Sub-County Hospital, County Government of Migori. Mirui Level 4 Hospital, Homa Bay County Government. Pala Level 4 Hospital, Homa Bay County Government. Tomboya Memorial Level 4 Hospital, Homa Bay County Government. Turkana County Assembly Members Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund. Sena Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Homa Bay. Nyangela Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Homa Bay. Makongeni Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Homa Bay. Muhuru Sub-County Hospital, County Government of Migori County Government. Bomet Water and Sanitation Company Limited. Mairo Inya Municipality, County Government of Nyandarua. Muranga West Water and Sanitation Company Limited. Wamalwa Kijana Teaching and Referral Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Trans Nzoia. Chapereria Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, County Government of West Pokot. Sigor Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, County Government of West Pokot. Sigor Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Bomet. Samburu Teaching and Referral Hospital, County Government of Samburu. Nanyuki Municipality, County Government of Laikipia. Kalasha Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Marsabit. Equalization Fund, County Government of West Pokot. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statements, Turkana County Government Equalization Fund. Gatamathi Water and Sanitation Limited. Kakuma Municipality. Maralal Municipality, County Government of Samburu. Suguta Sub-County Hospital, County Government of Samburu. Maragua Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Muranga. Kigumo Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kiambu. Wagiges Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kiambu. Tigoni Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kiambu. Ruiru Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kiambu. Karatu Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kiambu. Pwani Maternity Referral Hospital, Nairobi City County Government. Wangige Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kiambu. Taita Taveta Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Taita Taveta. Alupe Sub-County Hospital, County Government of Busia. I beg to lay, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Enoch Wambua.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 24th day of February 2026. A report of the proceedings of the Artificial Intelligence Conference on the role of Parliament in shaping the future of responsible AI, held from 28th to 30th November 2025 in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I thank you.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Senator Enoch Wambua.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to give a notice of motion on the report of the proceedings of the Artificial Intelligence AI Conference on the role of Parliament in shaping the future of responsible AI, held from the 28th day of November to the 30th day of November 2025 in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Now, honorable senators, before we consider statements pursuant to Standing Order 53, allow me to arrange today's order paper so that we deal with order number 8, 9, and 10, then we resume the normal flow of today's order paper. Clerk, proceed to call those orders, please.
Order number 8, motion. Consideration of the report of the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on a petition to the Senate by employees of the former Kenya Cooperative Creameries Limited, KCC, concerning non-payment of outstanding terminal benefits and Maziwa Sacco dues to former employees of Kenya Cooperative Creameries Limited. Question to be put.
Clerk, do we have quorum? Senator Hamida, kindly take your seat. Senator Omtata. Honorable senators, I will now put the question that the Senate adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on a petition to the Senate by employees of the former Kenya Cooperative Creameries Limited, KCC, concerning non-payment of outstanding terminal benefits and Maziwa Sacco dues to former employees of the Kenya Cooperative Creameries Limited, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 27th of November, 2025. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Consideration of the report of the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on a petition to the Senate by Mr. Titus Njoroge concerning his dismissal by the African Inland Church, AIC of Kenya, and non-payment of arrears owed to him. Question to be put.
Do we have quorum? Honorable Senators, I now put the question. Will the Senate adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on a petition to the Senate by Mr. Titus Njoroge concerning his dismissal by the African Inland Church, AIC, of Kenya and non-payment of arrears owed to him, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 27th of November, 2025? Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, motion. Consideration of the report of the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on a petition to the Senate by Ms. Beatrice Likwop concerning people living with invisible disability. Question to be put.
Clerk, do we have the quorum? Honorable Senators, I put the question that the Senate adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on a petition to the Senate by Ms. Beatrice Likwop concerning people living with invincible disability, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 2nd of November, 2025. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. So, honorable Senators, we will now go back to statements, starting with the statements pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. The Senator for Embu County, the Honorable Senator Alexander Mundigi. That statement is dropped. The Senator for Bungoma County, the Honorable Senator David Wakoli.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. A request for statement on the status of implementation and accountability of funds from financing locally led climate action program in Bungoma County, FLOCA. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the status and implementation of the financing locally led climate action FLOCA program in Bungoma County, and in particular, the accountability arrangements for funds dispersed and the implementation of ward-level climate action interventions under the program. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the total amount of FLOCA funds disbursed to Bungoma County since the establishment of the program to date, the dates of disbursement, the accounts funds flow arrangements, and how the funds are managed and controlled at the county level, including the responsible offices and internal controls. 2, the specific climate action projects being implemented in each ward, how procurement for each project was conducted and the approved budget, timelines and current implementation status for each project. 3, whether there are clear reporting mechanisms to track disbursements, expenditures and results, including the availability of project records and public disclosure to stakeholders. 4, the extent to which projects align with community priorities, including sustainable agriculture, water resource management, afforestation, and renewable energy, and the measurable impacts to date on climate resilience and livelihoods in Bungoma County. 5, the extent of community involvement in identification, planning, and monitoring of projects, how inclusive the process has been for women, youth, and marginalized groups, and the monitoring and evaluation framework in place to ensure accountability, value for money, and sustainability. Senator Wafula David Wakoli, MP, Senator Bungoma County. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator for Kajiado County, the Honorable Senator Seki.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Request for a statement on the shooting of 2 civilians in the incident involving police officers in Kitengela Town, Kajiado County. Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of National Security, Defense, Foreign Relations on the matter of national concern regarding the shooting of 2 civilians in an incident involving police officers in Kitengela Town, Kajiado County. Honorable Speaker, on 25th January 2026, Mr. Kevin Masari and Mr. Joseph Mosondo were shot at a nightclub in Kitengela Town, Kajiado County, following an altercation with persons now known to be police officers. Unfortunately, Mr. Masari later succumbed to gunshot injuries. This incident has sparked serious public concerns regarding the protocols of use of firearms by law enforcement officers, and recently, Pauline Wanjiku and Purity Mwatia at Kitengela Market. Honorable Speaker, in the statement, the committee should address the following: the status of investigations into the shooting of Mr. Kevin Masari and Joseph Mosondo, including specific updates on whether the matter was registered with the Independent Police Oversight Authority, POA, where the police officers involved in the incident have recorded their statements, whether the CCTV footage from the neighborhood club has been secured on prevent tampering, and if it will be released upon the prosecution of those involved, whether the firearms used in the incident have been identified, and whether the investigations are expected to be completed and the finding made public. 2, the reasons for the delay in arresting and prosecuting suspects, whether the police officers involved in the incident have been interdicted and subjected to any other internal disciplinary processes pending conclusion of investigation. The steps taken by witnesses and ensure them of their safety during and after investigation. Senator Kanar Seki, Senator Kajiado. Thank you.
Senator from Busia County, the Honorable Senator Andrew Omtata.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I request for a statement on the failure by the National Transport and Safety Authority, NTSA, to enforce road traffic safety management system. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 53, clause 1, to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing on a matter of nationwide concern regarding the failure by the National Transport and Safety Authority, brackets NTSA, to enforce the road safety management system as provided under the National Transport and Safety Authority Act of 2012 and its subsidiary legislation. Mr. Speaker, sir, road traffic fatalities and serious injuries have continued to rise over the past 3 years, claiming thousands of lives annually, causing life-altering disabilities, and costing the economy hundreds of billions of shillings. The National Transport and Safety Authority, NTSA, has failed to enforce key statutory safety measures, including ISO 39001 of 2021, Road Traffic Safety Management Systems, structured accident investigations, journey and fatigue management, and real-time monitoring. The authority has not adequately considered professional proposals to strengthen road safety management. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, measures the National Transport and Safety Authority has taken to implement and enforce road traffic safety management systems as required under existing law, including compliance, monitoring, stakeholder coordination, capacity building, and accountability mechanisms. 2, underlying factors contributing to continued rise in road traffic fatalities and serious injuries, despite the presence of legislative and regulatory frameworks, and an explanation of gaps in enforcement, oversight, and interagency coordination that may be undermining their effectiveness. 3, whether NTSA has evaluated or adopted structured road safety management frameworks aligned with international best practices, including globally recognized standards and evidence-based interventions, and if not, the reasons for the delay. 4, specific policy, administrative, institutional, and enforcement reforms currently being implemented or planned to curb the increasing trend of road traffic accidents, improve compliance, strengthen monitoring and evaluation systems, and ensure measurable reductions in fatalities and serious injuries. Signed, Andrew Mtata MP, Senator from Busia, 16th February 2026. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator for Bomet County, Honorable Wakili Hilary Sigei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a request for a statement on the administration of the Facilities Improvement Fund, FIF, in Bomet County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the administration of the Facility Improvement Fund, FIF, in Bomet County. The Facility Improvement Financing Act, Mr. Speaker, provides that all monies raised or received by or on behalf of all public health facilities shall be retained by the facilities and considered as a supplement to their allocated budgets. This was meant to address long-standing underfunding challenges by enabling public health facilities to obtain supplementary resources to support their routine operations and strengthen the quality and efficiency of service delivery. However, Mr. Speaker, I am aware of concerns that in Bomet County, the Social Health Insurance Fund remittance for health facilities in the county is channeled directly to the accounts of the Bomet County government on a circular that was issued, giving a percentage of that amount. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, the committee should address the following. 1, the legality of the Bomet County Health Facility Improvement and Public Health Financing Policy and the role of the Chief Officer Health Services in approving expenditures from individual facilities improvement financing accounts. 2, the status of disbursements of facilities improvement financing to all public health facilities in Bomet County and their respective authority to incur expenditure AIE standing. 3, the legal basis for the establishment and operation of the following collection accounts, including whether the process of establishment and operation of the accounts received the requisite approvals and concurrence. 1, KCB account number 11426888135, Bomet County Health Department. 2, Cooperative Bank account number 0114135763910, Bomet East Sub-County Tegat Health Center. 3. Cooperative Bank account number 011 4135 7715100, Bomet Central Sub-County Kapkoros Health Center. 4. KCB account number 111-176-79012, Chepalungu Sub-County Sigor Hospital FIF. 5. Cooperative Bank account number 011 4135 7690900, Sotik Sub-County Ndanai Health Center. And 6. Cooperative Bank account number 011 411 3423200, Konoin FIF account. 4. Mr. Speaker, the total amount of funds remitted from the specified collection accounts from the period July 2024 to date, and the manner in which the remitted funds were administered and or utilized. 5. The justification for remitting the funds to the county government instead of retaining them at the facility level as required by law. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, appropriate corrective measures and actions, including legal actions, administrative measures, or audit sanctions taken against any officer found to have mismanaged, diverted, or otherwise abused the facilities improvement financing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Signed, Senator Wakili Sigei, Senator Bomet County. I thank you.
Senator for Kirinyaga County, the Honorable James Morango. That statement is dropped. Senator Faki, Senator for Mombasa County.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimesimama kuambatana na kifungu cha 53(1) cha kanuni za kudumu za Bunge la Seneti kuomba taarifa kutoka kwa kamati ya kudumu ya afya kuhusiana na jambo la umuhimu wa kitaifa kuhusu hali ya huduma na utawala katika hospitali kuu ya Coast General. Mheshimiwa Spika, hospitali hii ni nguzo muhimu kwa afya kwa wakazi wa kaunti ya Mombasa na maeneo jirani ya Pwani, na changamoto zinazotokeza zinaweza kuathiri maisha ya wananchi wengi. Mnamo siku ya Jumapili, Mheshimiwa Spika, tarehe 22 mwezi wa Februari mwaka huu, katibu wa kaunti ya Mombasa alitoa taarifa kumsimamisha kazi afisa mkuu mtendaji wa hospitali hiyo Dr. Khandwala kufuatia mkutano wa bodi ya kurugenzi ya hospitali hiyo. Kufuatia uamuzi huo, Mheshimiwa Spika, chama cha madaktari kupitia kwa ofisi yao ya Mombasa wametoa taarifa ya kumuunga mkono Dr. Khandwala, wakionya kuwa watachukua hatua zisizojulikana iwapo watarudishwa kazini kwa muda wa siku 7. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika taarifa hiyo kamati yaangazia yafuatayo: hali ya huduma za afya kwa sasa, ikiwemo changamoto zinazokabili wagonjwa na wahudumu wa hospitali, hususan maelezo kuhusu kifo cha marehemu Ali Kibwana na mazingira yaliyopelekea kucheleweshwa kwa huduma kwake. Pili, Mheshimiwa Spika, utaratibu wa usimamizi na uwajibikaji uliotumika katika kusimamishwa kazi kwa afisa mtendaji mkuu wa hospitali hiyo. 3, mikakati ya serikali ya kaunti ya Mombasa ya kuboresha huduma na kuimarisha miundombinu ya hospitali hiyo. 4, hatua za dharura na za muda mrefu zinazochukuliwa ili kuzuia mgomo wa madaktari na kuhakikishia wananchi wanapata huduma bila ya usumbufu. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Senator Mohamed Faki Mwenyehaji, Senator Mombasa County.
Senator for Kilifi County, the Honorable Stewart Majaya.
Asante Mstahiki Spika. Mstahiki Spika, nasimama kwa mujibu wa kanuni za kudumu kipengele cha 53 sheria ya kwanza za Seneti kuomba kauli kutoka kwa kamati ya usalama wa taifa, ulinzi na uhusiano wa kimataifa kuhusu ukame mkali na baa la njaa linalokithiri katika kaunti ya Kilifi. Mstahiki Spika, katika kauli hiyo, kamati hii inapaswa kujibu maswali yafuatayo. Mstahiki Spika, swali la kwanza ni kwamba nataka kamati hii ieleze hatua ambazo mamlaka ya kitaifa ya kusimamia ukame na taasisi husika za serikali zimeweka ili kukabiliana na hali ya dharura ya ukame katika kaunti ya Kilifi. Mstahiki Spika, swali la pili ni kwamba nataka kamati hii ijibu iwapo mradi wa ugavi wa chakula cha misaada kimetekelezwa katika maeneo yaliyoathirika na ukame katika kaunti hii ya Kilifi, na ripoti hiyo itueleze maeneo yaliyopokea misaada hii, idadi na maelezo ya walionufaika, kiwango cha misaada iliyopeanwa, pamoja na uthibitisho wa usawa na haki katika ugavi wa misaada kwa jamii zilizoathirika. Swali la tatu ni kwamba kamati hii kutufafanulia kwa uwazi iwapo sababu za kimazingira katika vile ukataji wa miti wa kiholela umaarufu logging imechangia pakubwa kwa kuongeza kwa hali ya ukame katika kaunti ya Kilifi, na kama kuna mikakati ambayo serikali imeweka katika upunguzaji wa athari hizi na ukame na biashara haramu za uuzaji wa makaa. Na mwisho, Bwana Spika, kamati hii iweze kueleza ni hatua gani zilizowekwa na serikali ili kujenga ustahimilivu dhidi ya ukame inaoshinda ikiathiri wakaazi wa kaunti ya Kilifi na maeneo mengine nchini Kenya. Asante, Mstahiki Spika.
Now, honorable senators, I will allow comments for not more than 15 minutes. So if you have a chance to speak, kindly do so for not more than 3 minutes. The senator for Nairobi City County, Senator Edwin Sifuna.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wanted to comment on the statement by the Senator for Kajiado regarding the shooting incidents in Kajiado, specifically Kitengela, Honorable Speaker. In my view, Speaker, there is a problem with the police in Kitengela because it cannot be that across the country we are only hearing a concentration of these incidents in Kitengela. Yesterday we met with the widow of our brother Vincent Ayomo. Her name is Hadija. She has a small little child there, I think less than 18 months. Somebody will now get to grow up without a father. Vincent was shot during, on the same day that we had a rally in Kitengela. And by the way, the family told us he was shot hours after the rally was over. We are now hearing about Kevin and Joseph in the statement that has been made by Senator Seki. We saw incidents involving Pauline and Purity, who were shot inside their shops because they were running battles there with police regarding the new market. There is an issue, Honorable Speaker, and we don't want to appear like we blanket condemn police officers. I have had similar events in Busia, for instance, Honorable Speaker. The police facilitated us to have a proper meeting. So there has to be a problem with the police in Kitengela. And as a member of the committee to which this statement is going to be committed, one of the things I think we must insist on is either a reshuffling or a transfer of all the officers there, because it just doesn't make any sense that it is always Kitengela, Honorable Speaker. There has to be an issue with the police. And we will continue to urge our national police that we will support you to be able to maintain law and order. But please, let us respect the sanctity of life. It doesn't make any sense, Honorable Speaker, that just days before the expiry of the MOU in which we agreed that these are going to be things of the past, that people are still being shot by police. We have heard from IPOA the challenges they are facing in investigating and bringing these people to book. Honorable Speaker, as a country, we must express the outrage that now something needs to be done to our police, and especially starting with the police in Kitengela. There is a problem there. Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Senator Chute.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Ningependa kusaidiana na bwana Mheshimiwa Senator Madzayo. Nataka kumshukuru sana kuleta hoja hii ya mambo ya kiangazi. Marsabit County, Wajir, Mandera, Turkana, Garissa na makaunti nyingi wako na shida. Tabu ile tuko nayo Mheshimiwa Spika, chakula, mpangilio mzuri ya kupeleka chakula hiko. Unaweza kusikia chakula inanunuliwa hapa, inaenda kwa transportation, ikifika mahali kama Isiolo imepunguzwa, ikifika kwa store ya National Cereals and Produce Board imenyolewa kidogo, inatoka hapo, inaenda kwa ofisi ya DC, DO, chiefs, inatolewa. Wakati imefika kwa mwananchi ile ya kawaida, chakula imetoka hapa, 60% ama hata 70% imeisha kwa barabara hiyo. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka komiti hii ambaye imepatiwa jukumu ishughulikie mambo ya chakula vile inaenda. Chakula ukiangalia Mheshimiwa Spika, vile inaenda haiendi mahali saa zingine watu wako na shida, inaenda mahali ambaye pengine group ya watu fulani wanataka iende. Na mahali ingetakikana iende bado wanalia. Mheshimiwa Spika, saa hii hatuna mvua kwetu. Mimi nilienda Marsabit hivi karibuni. Nimeenda villages nyingi sana. Watu wanalia chakula na maji. Chakula na maji. Hii serikali yetu ya UDA kila siku nasema tunaenda Singapore. Utaenda Singapore namna gani? Na watu tulienda mahali inaitwa Turich. Mheshimiwa Spika, mama akasimama akasema jerikeni 2 ya mafuta ya maji ambaye ni lita 20, lita 40, anapatiwa rationing after 3 days. Baada ya siku 3 ndio anapata ration ya hiyo maji. Sasa kama mama, family mzima wanapata lita 40 kwa siku 3. Hiyo ndio ya kupika, hiyo ndio ya kufua, hii ndio kuosha watoto, hii ndio ya kuosha nguo. Kweli si tuko Kenya kweli? Si tuko dunia gani? Hata Somalia hakuna shida kama hiyo. Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, hii hoja imeletwa na Senator Madzayo. Hii komiti hata watembee. Wasikae tu hapa, watembee waone wake iko namna gani. Marsabit iko aje, Turkana iko aje. Sasa tunasema Singapore ni nini? Watu ya Marsabit wanataka kufika hata headquarter ya Marsabit, mahali headquarter yenyewe wafike. Sasa watafika headquarter namna gani? Tuko na shida kubwa sana, Honorable Speaker. Hii mambo ichukuliwe hatua kabisa. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Senator Manzo. Senator Wambua.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kwa kunipatia nafasi hii pia na mimi nichangie taarifa ambayo imetolewa na kiongozi wa walio wachache, seneta wa kaunti la Kilifi. Bwana Spika, hii taarifa ikifikishwa kwa kamati na wakienda kuangazia mambo ya ukame na njaa ambayo imekita mizizi huko Kilifi, pia wakumbuke eneo la Ukambani ambako pia ili jambo limekithiri. Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kusema ya kwamba siku chache zimepita, mimi nimekuwa nikitazama nikiona malori kubwa kubwa, matrela yanapita kwa barabara ya Garissa kuelekea Garissa na mpaka Mandera kupeleka chakula, na sio chakula tu cha binadamu, pia chakula kwa wanyama. Wale wako kule wanashughulikiwa, wanyama wao wanashughulikiwa. ya kusababisha Bwana Spika ni kwamba hayo malori yanapitia Ukambani Kitui, ambako pia watu wako na shida ya njaa, na shida ya maji, kuna shida ya mifugo pia kupata lishe. Kwa hiyo ningependa Bwana Spika kuuliza hiyo kamati kama basi watakubaliana kutembea kwenda Marsabit na Turkana na Wajir na Garissa, pia wapitie Kitui, kwa sababu Kitui pia ni Kenya, na kuna njaa na kuna shida ya maji, kuna shida ya chakula. Na Spika, unajua tunayo serikali ambayo iko kwa ofisi siku ya leo, na jukumu la kwanza la serikali ni kulisha watu wake na kuhakikisha wale watu wako na amani na utulivu. Sasa hii Bwana Spika, na tuko naye hapa kiongozi wa walio wengi, atusikilize. Bwana Spika Cheruiyot atusikilize, kwa sababu yeye ndiye kiongozi wa walio wengi katika bunge la Seneti. Hii taarifa ipelekewe kiongozi wa nchi kwamba kuna maeneo katika nchi yetu ya Kenya ambao wako na shida na wataka chakula. Na mimi nikisikiliza mawaziri wakisema ati wale watu ambao wako na shida ni watu 3.3, mimi nashangaa Kenya gani hii?
Senator Aaron Cheruiyot.
You know, I serve in this house as a senator for Kericho and as a legislator. So I am equally allowed to ask questions and not be directed on what to say, like Senator Wambo is trying to imply. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to, of course, I sympathize with the drought situation in the country, and I'll be remiss, Mr. Speaker, if I don't say that this is an issue that needs to be treated with the seriousness it deserves. In fact, the responsible committee, Mr. Speaker, what they should do is to get the minister before us so that we know what is the distribution, Mr. Speaker, of this food relief effort exercise across the country, so that we are clear about it. We know, because just seated here as 47 senators, we know which are the hardest hit part of the country and why they deserve. Mr. Speaker, drought relief efforts should never be about a thing of politics, because I see many times people want to make it as if it's a political issue. It's a situation that needs to be addressed, Mr. Speaker, and hopefully we can put that to be behind us. But that's not the reason why I rose to speak, Mr. Speaker, only that I felt it's important to speak about it. I rise to support this statement by Senator Okiya Omtata, Mr. Speaker, on this implementation of the National Transport Road Traffic Safety Management System, as per the law that we passed here in 2012, Mr. Speaker. I saw that NTSA recently appointed a Director General, I think Mr. Nashon Kondiwa, if I'm not wrong. And from his resume, Mr. Speaker, he served as a Deputy Director for ICT. Mr. Kondiwa needs to know that in 3 months' time, if we don't have that system running, Mr. Speaker, he will actually have failed us. We cannot continue to lose lives, Mr. Speaker, the way we do on our roads, week after week. Yet we know, Mr. Speaker, that much as we have challenges on road construction and many other things that are causing all these accidents, drivers who drive recklessly, Mr. Speaker, are a contributing factor. And the only way which you can handle that particular issue, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that the reckless drivers are punished and banished from our roads, Mr. Speaker. And the only way you can do that is by having this system that will be able to flag them out, Mr. Speaker, charged in court, Mr. Speaker, and ensure that we keep rogue drivers out of our roads. Therefore, I expect that the Transport Committee, led by, I think, Senator Eddie Okech, Mr. Speaker, will look into this matter with the urgency it deserves. It is not right for the numbers that we continue to lose year on year, and there are thousands, on account of rogue and reckless driving. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Beatrice Ogola.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the statement of the Senator for Bungoma County, Senator Wakoli, who is also the Majority Whip, Honorable Speaker, this is a statement on a climate-led action called FLOCA, funded by the World Bank, Honorable Speaker, to the county governments. Honorable Speaker, a lot of funds have been disbursed to county governments in the past year to address climate-related issues. And Honorable Speaker, I support it because of the essence of environmental issues in our country and in the world, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the environment, mankind survives from the environment. From the environment, we get food. From the environment, we are able to get clothing. From the environment, we are able to get shelter. From the environment, Honorable Speaker, we are able to get medicine for our use. And so it is important that we take care of this environment. But Honorable Speaker, the reason why I also want to support this statement is that the same county governments also have funds in their environment departments. It should be very clear, and the sectors in the county is that how much do they use that the counties appropriate in their normal funds that they have, and how much and what do they do with the monies that have been disbursed from the World Bank. Honorable Speaker, in some of the counties, there is duplication of activities. You find the same activities presented for FLOCA is the same activity that the county government is presenting as done by their environmental departments. And so the committee must address the use of these funds, and it must be clear and separated which activities are they using from the funds that are being given by the World Bank. Honorable Speaker, from the counties that we have even looked at the Lands Committee, it is very clear that things are not very clear. Things are not, there's no clarity in the activities that the counties are taking, and so, Honorable Speaker, I want to support this based on the importance of the environment in this country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Just a minute, Senator.
Honorable Speaker, I want to also join my colleagues to...
A minute, Senator Abbas. Senator Osotsi, you must be wondering why you're on top of the dashboard and your name has... Why your name is on top in the list and I haven't called out. I have a communication that concerns you. So unless we deal with that, you have to hold your horses. Senator Abbas, you may proceed.
Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. I think I want also to support the statement from the minority leader and the senator for Kilifi. Honorable Speaker, the drought situation in this country is actually worrying. And as you are aware, drought in this country has become cyclic. But unfortunately, we don't have any early warnings and early plannings for drought interventions. Honorable Speaker, the situations in Mandera, Wajir, and northern Kenya, entire northern Kenya, is very pathetic situation. And unfortunately, the other thing is that people move with vehicles through. People fly all over the country. The minister for Asal and Honorable Ruku flies all over. Shoppers crisscrossing the country. The amount of money that is being used for hiring planes and is actually so much money. The vehicles being used, tracking food, from here is just enormous resources. Honorable Speaker, we need to have a proper planning and interventions for this country. Disaster management and drought interventions should be earlier planned. The food, now that many kids are going out to school, they're dropping out of school because of lack of food. They are able not to go to school because they have, most of their families are shifting away. Honorable Speaker, we cannot use drought situations and give family relief as a political means of, a way of campaigning. It has actually become now a campaign tool, and it's sort of sympathizing with issues of the drought. You go everywhere, the people stand up and say, talking about politics, when they give out food to the poor people. Those people don't need all that kind of politics. They don't know about second term, they don't know about second term. What they need is the food, actually, and water. So I think I'll request those ministers and those people who go around the issue food should stop even going to the press. It's actually shame for a country that cannot even feed its own people. And then you can keep on campaigning and say, we need to do this, we need to have a second time, we want to, no. People are hungry. This is how, as rightly said by my colleague here, we cannot be able to go to Singapore in a way when people are hungry. A country that cannot be able to feed itself cannot be talking about going to Singapore. And therefore, I would request the Minister for Asal and those who are going around to stop the public relations distribution of food. Because you are even embarrassing us, actually. You are telling the world that this country is going hungry every day. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honorable senators, we have utilized the 15 minutes allocated to this session. I have a communication to make regarding the senator for Vihiga County, Senator Osotsi. Now, honorable senators, as you may recall, at the sitting of the Senate held on Thursday, 19th of February 2026, the Deputy Speaker directed Senator Godfrey Osotsi, MP, to substantiate utterances made while commenting on a statement sought by Senator Samson Chiranke, MP, on the status of Independent Policing Oversight Authority (IPOA) investigations into extrajudicial killings and abuse of police authority. The direction was as a result of a point of order by the Senator for Singishu County, the Honorable Jackson Mandago, MP, pursuant to Standing Order 105. As honorable senators are aware, Standing Order 105 states as follows: a senator shall be responsible for the accuracy of any facts that the senator alleges to be true and may be required to substantiate any such facts instantly. If a senator has sufficient reason to convince the speaker that the senator is unable to substantiate the allegation instantly, the speaker shall require that such senator substantiates the allegations not later than the next sitting day, failure to which the senator shall be deemed to be disorderly within the meaning of Standing Order 121, unless the senator withdraws the allegations and gives a suitable apology if the speaker so requires. Now, honorable senators, in the point of order, Senator Osotsi MP was required to substantiate the following statement, and I quote, "I am aware that the same police are planning mayhem in Kakamega. I warn them in this house that if any individual in Kenya loses his life in Kakamega, we will blame the government of William Ruto for the killing. I'm aware because I have received reports that a certain principal secretary is holed up in Kisumu, organizing goons to disrupt our meeting in Kakamega. We will blame this government if something wrong happens in Kakamega," end of quote. Now, honorable senators, upon being challenged by Senator Jackson Mandago, MP, Senator Osotsi, MP, was not able to substantiate his statement as required pursuant to Standing Order 105.1. He subsequently requested the Deputy Speaker to provide the evidence at the next sitting day in accordance with Standing Order 105.2. Having acceded to the request, the Deputy Speaker directed that the Honorable Senator substantiate the statement at the next sitting day. Accordingly, and pursuant to Standing Order 105.2, I now invite Senator Godfrey Osotsi, MP, to forthwith substantiate the claim in the statement he made, failure to which the senator shall be deemed to be disorderly within the meaning of Standing Order 121. In the absence of such substantiation, the senator will be required to withdraw the statement and apologize to the Senate. Senator Osotsi, you may proceed to substantiate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think I need your guidance because I made that statement last Thursday, and the event in Kakamega has since taken place, and I've received, and I'm continuing to receive, overwhelming evidence about the involvement of this principal secretary in planning of violence, including, Mr. Speaker, the blockage of Kisumu International Airport by thugs and police officers. And including, Mr. Speaker.
Let me help you, because you're making further utterances that demand substantiation. You're not helping yourself. There's a statement, and I've even given you the quote. Proceed to give evidence on that particular statement.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to be useful to this country and this House. That's why I'm requesting for more time. But some of the things I said, Mr. Speaker...
If Senator Osotsi, if you're seeking time, say so. Stop making other statements.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I need a week to compile the evidence, and some of the evidence is classified evidence.
And you have to know that you cannot contribute, you cannot take part in any debate in this House if such a matter is pending. Are you aware of that?
Mr. Speaker, you see, the standing orders give me a leeway to ask for more time. Clarification, Mr. Speaker.
Which standing order?
Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable senators. This is a matter touching on Senator Osotsi. He's on the floor. Now, Senator Spooner, I'm the speaker, I'm not Omwan.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable senators, order.
Mr. Speaker, I take this matter to be a very weighty matter. If we look at what is happening in Haiti, Mr. Speaker,
Senator Osotsi,
and people
to substantiate or not?
I just want more time, Mr. Speaker, for us to get adequate information about what I'm talking about. Mr. Speaker, if you give me more time, I'm ready to comply and give enough information to this country and this House. Because someone died in Mbale, someone died in Kakamega.
I'm trying to look for a provision where I can give you that 1 week you require. Because this is how the standing order is crafted. If a senator has sufficient reason to convince the speaker that the senator is unable to substantiate the allegations instantly, the speaker shall require that such senator substantiate the allegations not later than the next sitting day. Failure to which, now listen to this, failure to which the senator shall be deemed to be disorderly.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I think you have standing order number 1, which allows you to give more time.
Order, Senator Fernandi. Senator Fernandi, you're disorderly, and I'm giving you a warning for the day. Now, Senator Osotsi, you cannot seek recalls. You cannot hide behind standing order number 1. Because standing order number 1 is for instances where they're not provided for in the standing order. Your instance is well provided for in our standing orders. You are either to substantiate If you're unable to do so, you apologize. If you cannot do that, then I will rule you disorderly and proceed to...
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to apologize for the obvious. It is very clear, those who come from that region, so I and Governor Orengo, we were almost killed by police at Royal Swiss Hotel, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have gangs being trained in Kisumu. Even
Senator Osotsi, I don't see why you're losing your cool. Absolutely. Because you're doing so well. I don't see why you're losing your cool. Yeah? We are doing, this is a house of order. We have our standing orders. And I've told you, just point to me a standing order that allows me, as your speaker, to give you 1 week.
Mr. Speaker, the point I wanted to make is that this is a very serious matter because it's bordering on national security, where an international airport was blocked for 5 hours by a gang of young men with the pangas, and even a hotel where I was staying in Kisumu. Gunshots were heard at the entrance.
Senator Osotsi, if the speaker, you're a seasoned politician. You've been in this house a bit longer. You understand the standing orders. I take it that you're unable to substantiate. So I'll give you a chance to apologize. If you're unable to apologize, say so that I proceed on the next link.
Mr. Speaker, I even have witnesses which I'm ready to produce before this House, if you allow me, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
That's why I wanted more time, Mr. Speaker, so that I can bring the witnesses to give evidence before this House.
Now, Senator Osotsi, I'm afraid that as the chair, I'm unable to accede to your request for 1 week, because I can only do so if that power is given to me pursuant to our standing orders. And our standing orders do not give me that latitude. Having failed to substantiate and having refused to apologize and withdraw, I will rule you to be disorderly, and I will ask you to leave the chamber for the rest of the day. Yes, Senator Boni and Senator Enokombua, what issues do you have?
Mr. Speaker, the matter is settled. But as Parliament, we need to reflect on the importance of what is in public domain. Mr. Speaker, a member of your House was blocked from landing into an international airport in Kenya. You need to reflect. You need to reflect that armed goons were waiting for your members. Mr. Speaker, you need to reflect on the fact that the itinerary by credible airports was shared by the security organs. You don't want to wait until a member of this House is dead when you now call for a special hour for us to give condolences. It is bigger than just throwing members out of the House. We come from that part of the world and we saw those things.
No,
Mr. Speaker.
Senator Boni, you know, if you take to the floor in this Senate and make a statement, certainly you must be having some facts behind that statement. And those are the facts that we needed to hear from the Honorable Osotsi. If you're unable to give us those facts, as the chair, my hands are tied. Senator Enoch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just two issues on that matter. And while you are away, we had a similar situation last week, where the Senator for Nandi made allegations that he could not substantiate. And then he just decided to say, I withdraw and apologize. But the damage was already done. And I tried to raise on a point of order to get the Speaker to guide us. The Speaker, perhaps there is need for the office of the Speaker, when you retreat to the chamber, to reflect on these issues and maybe guide the House. Because, the Speaker, what will happen is this. I will have the floor. I will say certain things against Senator Cheruiyot, knowing very well that what I'm saying is not true. I will wait for you to tell me to substantiate. I'll say I'll substantiate the next sitting. I'll come here and say, I withdraw and apologize. But the damage is already done. That's one. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it's very easy. It's very easy to invoke the provisions of the standing order and send a member out if that's what the standing order says. But, Mr. Speaker, there is something called context. We have a role, Mr. Speaker, in this House, all of us, to try as much as we can to de-escalate the political temperatures in this country. On Sunday, Mr. Speaker, I almost got seriously injured when some thugs threw a stone on the windscreen of my car at a rally in Nairobi. The Speaker, let your office, because you are our leader in this House, you are the Speaker of this House, reflect on these issues and give us direction on how do we deal with a situation where a member is seriously concerned about their own security beforehand, and it actually happens, and perhaps they have no way of bringing other evidence before the House and say this is a photo of the PS sitting in a meeting and planning this. But there's context. It happened. The people saw it. Everybody saw it. So how do we deal with situations like that, Mr. Speaker, in a manner that we don't encourage us as leaders in this House to be careless with our speeches, but also protects us, the dignity of this House, and de-escalate the political temperatures in this country? Mr. Speaker, I submit.
No, honorable senators, in such instances, if you don't have the full information, the only logical way to handle such a matter is to seek a statement from the relevant committee so that they can dig in and give us the right position. Because according to our standing orders, once you make a statement, you must be in a position to substantiate. That is our standing orders. If you feel you don't have enough material or enough information or enough facts to back up your statement, the best thing is to seek a statement from the relevant committees of the House. At least they have the latitude of, calling the responsible officers, investigate the matter, and share with us, a report that carries some facts that they have gone out there to collect. But, honorable senators, we cannot shelve our standing orders. If you make a statement, be ready to substantiate. And if you cannot substantiate, be ready to be deemed disorderly or be ready to withdraw. Now, I get it from Senator Wambua, and it is something that we grappled with today when he sat as a panel, the speaker's panel, where a member takes to the floor, they make a bizarre statement and apologize. But you see, the damage has already been done. And that's why our standing orders do not just talk about apology. It talks about a suitable apology. Because once you make a damaging statement, you cannot just say, I withdraw and apologize. The apology must be suitable to the kind of statement that you've made. I think let's leave it there, honorable senators. Next order. Now, there are two reports that are supposed to be laid on the table by the Chair, Finance and Budget, and also the Chair, Energy Committee. You may proceed, starting with the Chair, Finance and Budget.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Chair of Finance and Budget, Senator Roba, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, the 24th February, 2026. 1, report of the Senate Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the 2026 Budget Policy Statement. And number 2, report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the 2026 Medium-Term Debt Management Strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is by the Chairperson, Standing Committee on Finance and Budget.
Okay, proceed also to give notice on the same.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the 26th Budget Policy Statement, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 24th February 2026, and pursuant to Section 25(7) of the Public Finance Management Act, and Standing Order number 186.8, the Senate approves the 2026 Budget Policy Statement. Equally, Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the 2026 Medium-Term Debt Management Strategy, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 24th February 2026, and approves the 2026 Medium-Term Debt Management Strategy. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairperson, Energy Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 24th February 2026. report of the joint sitting of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Energy and the Senate Standing Committee on Energy on the consideration of the Field Development Plan and Production Sharing Contracts for Block T6 and T7 in South Logichar Basin, Turkana County. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that the Senate adopts the report of the joint sitting of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Energy and the Senate Standing Committee on Energy on the consideration of the Field Development Plan and the Production Sharing Contracts for Blocks T6 and T7 in the South Logichar Basin, Turkana County, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 24th, 2026, and pursuant to Article 71(1) of the Constitution and Section 31, subsection 1 and subsection 2 of the Petroleum Act, the Senate ratifies the Field Development Plan and the Production Sharing Contracts for Blocks T6 and T7 in South Logichar Basin, Turkana County. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 11, the Kenya National Council for Population and Development Bill, National Assembly Bills number 72 of 2023. Second reading, mover to reply.
Senate Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply. Mr. Speaker, further, in accordance to Standing Order number 66.3, I beg to request that the putting of a question be deferred to a later date.
Okay. Now the putting of the question is deferred. I will now further rearrange today's order paper and proceed to order Where's Chair Jalak? Okay, we'll handle order number 15. Okay, 14, 15. We'll handle those two orders, then we resume the normal flow.
Order number 14, motion. Consideration of the National Assembly amendments to the election offenses. Amendment number 2 bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2024.
Chairperson Jalak.
Honorable Speaker, I'm standing in for Chairperson Jalak, and I beg to move that the National Assembly amendments to the Election Offences Amendment number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2024, be now considered. Honorable Speaker, this is a procedural motion that paves way for Senate to consider the amendments by the National Assembly at Committee of the Whole stage. I will therefore proceed to give just a brief background and context to the current motion. The Election Offences Amendment number 2 Bill 2024 was one of the bills that came out of the NADCO process. The bill was published on 7th May 2024 and was read a first time in the Senate on Thursday, 4th July 2024. The bill was considered and passed by Senate with amendments on 19th November 2024, following which it was referred to the National Assembly for concurrence. The National Assembly likewise considered the bill and passed it with amendments on 14th August 2025. These amendments were then transmitted to the Senate for its concurrence. Honorable Speaker, the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee considered the amendments by the National Assembly to the said clauses, following which we tabled our report in the Senate on Tuesday, 2nd December 2025. In our report, we recommend that the Senate rejects the amendments by the National Assembly to clauses number 2 and clause number 4 of the Elections Offences Amendment number 2 Bill 2024. The primary reason for this is that while the Senate undertook extensive public participation on the bill, which informed the amendments effected by the Senate at the Committee of the Whole House stage, the amendments by the National Assembly seek to undo the Senate amendments and to largely reinstate the bill to the version as was originally published. Rejecting the amendments by the National Assembly will enable the bill to be referred to a mediation committee, at which point we will develop a version of the bill that may be passed by both houses. Honorable Speaker, if I can just give a view of the amendments, the clause number 2 and clause number 4. Clause number 2 had amended Section 6 of the Election Offences Act to define offences relating to delay, failure to declare results, and how polling stations are handled, including whether conducting polling outside the gazetted published stations is criminal. Clause 2A on results declaration and reasonable time, vis-a-vis unreasonable delay. What the National Assembly amendment does, it reintroduces the concept of unreasonable delay test by expanding the offense so that an officer can commit an offense not only by failing to declare results, but also by delaying beyond what is considered reasonable. What the Senate, through JLAC, had proposed was to remove the concept of unreasonable delay standard and anchor the offense on clear, fixed timelines already in law, namely presidential results to be declared within 7 days as per Constitution. So an amendment must not be introduced to exchange the 7 days with unreasonable delay. Other elections should be declared immediately after close of polling station. Why the committee recommends rejection of the National Assembly position, unreasonable delay is inherently subjective in a criminal provision and creates interpretative and enforcement uncertainties and risks in consistent application, whereas the constitutional and statutory timelines offer certainty and enforceability within the 7 days. The next clause is clause 2C, Honorable Speaker, on polling stations, offense linked to conducting polling outside the published station. What the National Assembly amendment does, it restores a specific offense that targets IEBC staff who conduct or hold an election in a polling station that was not duly published or gazetted and publicized. What the Senate, through JLAC, have proposed instead is to remove the ungazetted polling station offense and focus criminal liability on deliberate misconduct, namely knowingly interfering with, altering, destroying, or concealing election materials or declared results, or causing another person to do so. Why the committee recommends now rejection of the National Assembly position, the existing legal framework already anticipates disruption and permits lawful adjournment or relocation of polling in limited circumstances with reporting obligations. A strict and gazetted stroke published station offense is viewed as an overly prescriptive and may unintentionally criminalize legitimate operation relocation rather than targeting intentional manipulation or interference. The other clause, Honorable Speaker, is clause number 4, which deals with electronic communication used to coerce political participation. What clause 4 deals with, it introduces a new offense specifically targeting digital electronic coercion. What Senate amendment provides, it criminalizes willful communication intended to induce or compel a person to refrain from becoming a candidate or withdraw from candidacy, be influenced on how to vote, including discouraging voting for a candidate or party of choice, or be impeded from nomination. What National Assembly did, it deleted clause 4, arguing that interference with political rights is already covered under existing offenses. That is bribery, undue influence, intimidation, and interference with canvassing or campaigning. Why the committee recommends rejecting the National Assembly deletion is because existing offenses cover general conduct, but do not expressly capture electronic communication as a distinct and fast-growing method of coercion and manipulation. Retaining clause 4 makes the law tech responsive and improves clarity for enforcement in the digital space. Bottom line, why this committee recommends, our committee recommends rejection of the National Assembly position on clause 2 and 4. It is the committee's position that National Assembly amendments largely roll back the Senate's public participation informed approach by reintroducing a vague and reasonable delay standard, reinstating an overly rigid polling station publication offense that can clash with lawful relocation safeguards, and removing a targeted electronic coercion offense meant to address modern realities of campaigning and intimidation. So, Honorable Speaker, based on those reasons that I have given, Honorable Speaker, we do ask that these recommendations by National Assembly be rejected. And I therefore, Honorable Speaker, beg to move that the National Assembly amendments to the Election Offenses Amendment number 2 bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2024, be now considered. And I call upon, let me call upon Senator Chiralige to second.
Senator Chirarke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I rise to second this motion that has been brought by my former committee of JLAC, and I want to thank the Speaker, Senator Veronica Maina, for ably moving. Madam Speaker, as I rise to second in a few minutes, I think we are over-legislating, and I agree with the committee's finding of the position. Because even in the presidential election, Madam Speaker, the timeline has been provided as 7 days, even including the petition. The presidential petition has already been provided for, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, reading of Article 86, and that is why I was wondering why the National Assembly were introducing unconstitutional clauses, which I find that the JLAC.
Honorable members, please consult in very low tones. Let's hear Senator Chirarke.
Madam Speaker, I find it that the National Assembly sat and tried to rewrite the Constitution, because the issue of timeline of presidential election and announcement is already provided by the Constitution, Madam Speaker. That's 7 days. reading of Article 86, Part C, it says the results from the polling stations are openly and accurately collected and promptly announced by the returning officer. So the key word there, Madam Speaker, is promptly. So the introduction that they wanted in this report that I've seen, and I'm happy that the committee has rejected these amendments of the National Assembly, that they tried to in the Elections Offences Act, number 2 Bill of 2024, as I second, Madam Speaker, is unnecessary in terms of undelayed timeline. Because, Madam Speaker, as Senator Maina has said, the Election Offences Act of 2016, number 37, has already provided for these offences in place. Madam Speaker, the issue of ungazetted polling stations is very clear, because every time, Madam Speaker, all the polling stations, and I think Kenya is synonymous of using or gazetting primary schools or learning institutions or other public institutions, are a place for the polling centers where members of the public can go and vote, Madam Speaker. I find it, this is very clear. The elections are very clear. The Offences Act is very clear on the same. And therefore, the rejection of this clause number 2 is already provided for, and therefore the Elections Offences Act of 2016 is guarded for. For the alteration, doing elections outside a gazetted area, Madam Speaker, the law, the Elections Offences Act has aptly put it in place. And I think even if you look at the extrapolation of Section 6 of 2016, it covers all of them. And in fact, to a conviction of around 2 million Kenya shillings or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years or both. So, Madam Speaker, what the National Assembly, and all of us have to agree in a nutshell, Madam Speaker, that this issue of election, we are over-legislating. Madam Speaker, I've said in this House for some time now, every session, these members of Parliament want to always amend the Elections Act. Every session. And Senator Manso, when he was in the lower house, knows how we have had protracted, even at some point in the lower house, Madam Speaker, water was being poured to the temporary speaker, may her soul rest in peace, the former governor of Bomet, Governor Dr. Joyce Laboso. Madam Speaker, it has been a motive. Even looking at the Kriegler reports, the issue of formation of commission, the history of IPPG in this country, Madam Speaker, where even it I reached, Madam Speaker, I remember on a lighter note, you remember the Chebukati-led commission. We looked around until we asked ourselves, when we came in the last session, we put in the law that the selection panel should be led by the religious members, by people who are religious, who are professed, who are the bishops and leaders and sheikhs. But when there was an outcome of Chebukati-led commission being constituted, people lost hope. People did not believe that the selection panel that was chaired by religious men and women at that point that put in Chebukati-led commission could put in place. Madam Speaker, I strongly believe, having participated in several elections, and of course won 100% in them, Madam Speaker, I want to confirm the problem we have in this country is deficit of trust. It is not about the commission. It is not about the commissioners. It's not about Kenyans. Our political rights are anchored in Article 38. Article 86 provides that the election process should be simple, verifiable, and accurate, Madam Speaker. The problem we face in this country, even in the Kriegler report, is the deficit of trust. Madam Speaker, I was watching the other day, you know, we went to Brazil some times back when I was the chair, JLAC, and we visited and went and studied on how the electoral process of Brazil operates. And I remember at that time, the current president, Yusuf da Silva, Lula, we went and met them he was incarcerated. The president then was Bolsonaro. They call Trump of the North of America, Madam Speaker. And I reached a point that that system is so efficient, Madam Speaker, by the time you close a polling station at 5 in Brazil, within few minutes you know who is the winner. From all the elections up to the president. And that is why, funnily enough, President Bolsonaro, before he was defeated by Lula, wanted that system that has been developed by the Brazilians to be changed to the paper. Just the way what President Trump wanted. So, but when you talk to the systems of elections in the Brazil, Madam Speaker, they are very efficient. They are very accurate. And they have developed their own system, which they believe, so that we don't have cases of Jose Carmago, the Venezuelan Smartic issue, Madam Speaker, that has given the credibility. And you remember, Madam Speaker, when the Dian of Kenyan politics, His Excellency Right Honorable Amolo Odinga at point has been the boiling point that the servers be open. Although Kenyans misinterpreted servers to mean other things in the streets there. Because at that time when the Supreme Court matter was being listened, you remember we were being told in France people are sleeping. We are in the Supreme Court, Madam Speaker. The reason this country, Madam Speaker, is the deficit of trust, is the belief in the institutions, Madam Speaker. And as I conclude, I want to borrow the words of when President Obama came to Egypt and addressed that the reason first world countries develop is they have so much belief in their institutions as to oppose to their personalities. And that is what is facing this country. And I want to appeal, Madam Speaker, as we agree with the findings of the Committee of the JLAC that has been moved ably by the Senator Veronica Maina, Madam Speaker, who is running also for the Women Rep of Muranga, that we agree that the report, Madam Speaker, but I have encouraged her to run for governor, who said women must only run for women rep. They should run for governor, a better seat, so that we can see more things. Because this report has provided, and I think, Madam Speaker, and I want, luckily the majority leader is in the House. The reason we have differed in the National Assembly are based on constitutional principles. It is not about our differences in terms of our roles. Because I know people will report that there is supremacy between the National Assembly and the Senate. Far from it. If you look at this report, Madam Speaker, and I have it, they have anchored their reasoning on the Constitution. They have anchored their reasoning on the President, on the conditions, on the history, Madam Speaker, of the election process in this country. And I want to give an advice. I've seen my brother, my very good friend, who is the leader of prayer breakfast in Parliament, Senator Manzo. And I want to advise him, in the words of the National Assembly Speaker, that when you see crowd, don't think they are voters. They must have come to get shocked, to want to see who are these people. Madam Speaker, and I saw today in some news that even members of public agree. So as you walk around the country, even in Kisii, Madam Speaker, those people who came out in Kisii, Madam Speaker, just were amazed. They want to see who are these people. Who are these people, Madam Speaker? And I want to thank the majority leader. He appropriately answered a number of them. Because, Madam Speaker, I'm surprised, in conclusion, that as politicians, there are people who want to go to the elections, but they are already attacking the referee. Yesterday, I watched Manu versus Everton, Madam Speaker, in the evening. Although Manu just scored, I think, through somebody called Cunha, Madam Speaker, 1-0 yesterday, Manchester versus Everton. You can imagine. They won by 1 goal. They did not score so much. 1 goal. And it was just out of... but they got the points, but imagine if Manchester United or Everton, Madam Speaker, started beating up the referee. There would be no game or licensement. So in any election, I have seen the members of United Opposition have started beating drums of attacking the IBC, of attacking the ref. Then if you don't believe in the process of election, why would you participate in the election, Madam Speaker? That is the whole point. Don't attack the ref, don't attack the linesman. If you are a spectator, we don't want to see. We want us to believe in our institutions. Whether Manzo is the chair of IBC or you, Madam Speaker, which you have vast experience because you have been in the oldest political party in this republic as a very senior member. And I'm happy the person who moved this motion is the People's Secretary General, former SG. And Madam Speaker, on a lighter note, this house is becoming two formers. Now we had a former SG of ODM, now we have former SG of UDA, and I know there are people, even former chief whip, you know, people are becoming formers without realizing, Madam Speaker. So that is why I'm saying we must believe in the institution, the IBC that has been provided. And I want to appeal to our colleagues, and I know, Senator Manzo, you are a good man. I saw you praying in America. If your prayers have reached America, you should believe in the electoral process of this country. We don't want to, Madam Speaker, to believe in an institution. If we attack IBC today, and I saw them presenting their budget policy statements to the National Assembly, I think they want 40 billion plus. What we should be pushing, colleagues, is to give capacity and ability to IBC in terms of adequate funding so that they can do continuous voter registration, they can build capacity of their staff and the commission so that they can do a credible process instead of attacking and undermining the IBC, Madam Speaker. So I want to believe that this report, Madam Speaker, is also emanating, if I'm reliably informed, from the NADCO reports, one of them, Madam Speaker. Let us sort, but to the Kenyans, the problem is not with the elections law. The problem is with us that do not believe or have a mistrust among ourselves, Madam Speaker. With those many remarks, Madam Speaker, allow me to end there, and I beg to second. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the National Assembly amendments to the Election Offences Amendment number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2024 be now considered. Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on a very, very, very important report. Madam Speaker, when IBC appeared before the Senate committee of JLAC, where I sit, you know the law relating to voting under the Constitution is Article 86, which reads that at every election, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission shall ensure that A, whatever voting method is used, the system is simple, accurate, verifiable, secure, accountable, and transparent. Madam Speaker, based on this, Article 86 and the following articles which deal with election, every report which is made and every law which is made in relation to election, Madam Speaker, must conform to this simple policy of the Constitution. And it is very important that the arbiter is also must be seen, you know, not to be influenced, must be seen to be fair. And for them to be able to give us election results which are simple and verifiable, then also the cost of the election must be borne by the country and must be reasonable cost of election. It should be not be expensive or, you know, very expensive election costing billions of shillings. The printing materials and the procurement of the same must be safe and the cost must be reasonable. We are aware that elections are won or lost at the polling station. And the system we have, just like Senator Cheregei has spoken about the systems in other countries, at every polling station, we should know who won and who lost the election. That's where it begins. But now when it comes to transferring of the election, problems begin to mount. And when you have the Joseph Camargos of this world and their system, Madam Speaker, there is likely to be a problem. I have been in the election petitions since 2013, and in 2017, the Supreme Court ruled that the election was not free and fair. It had electoral malpractices, and the presidential elections were nullified, Madam Speaker. And even statements have been made. The person who really takes care of an election is the member of parliament. And if you see the votes of the member of parliament should not, in a polling station, should not vary so much with the votes of the presidential candidate. If they vary, then there is likelihood of malpractice, and it is important that the register be updated, Madam Speaker. When the register is not updated, there is likelihood of dead voters voting, and it has happened before. We knew a mother of a prominent Kenyan, a member of parliament, who had passed on just before the elections. But after election, when we went to check the paperwork in that polling station where she used to vote, we found that she had raised from the dead, gone and voted, and went back to the grave. So those malpractices do exist. They are there. Dead people do vote. And Madam Speaker, this happens after 5 a.m. in the strongholds of candidates. In fact, in the 2017 election, there had been cheating in 38 constituencies for presidential vote on one side and 16 constituencies of presidential vote on the other side. You know, so that it's like the presidential candidates were competing on cheating. And this is done by collusion at the polling station after 5. And therefore, it is unfortunate when we scrutinize during court trials and you find that there is electoral malpractice. So first and foremost, we want the Electoral Commission to make sure that there is no cheating in the country. And that's why the United Alternative Government is clear that the arbiter must be seen to be free and fair. And after 2 visits to the IBC, I have realized this is a team actually the country can rely on. We had accused them of being a commission belonging to William Ruto, but now we are convinced that there are Kenyans there. And the person who had a problem with Marjan has left on his own volition, which is a good sign that good things are coming. But the next CEO, who is very important, must be a person who cannot be influenced, must be a person who will not misadvise the commissioners, must be a person who Kenyans can trust, and in the event we don't trust him, then we have to voice it out, Madam Speaker. We cannot just keep quiet and we are going to participate in this election. In fact, the biggest clients of the Electoral Commission are political parties. So every coalition, every political party is free to visit and make their case with the IBC. No one is stopped from visiting the IBC. So when the United Opposition visits the IBC, they visit because they are stakeholders of the election, and they need to be sure, and they need to make proper presentations. And electoral offenses have not been taken seriously in this country. If electoral offenses and the punishments thereof were prohibitive, people will be careful not to mess. We have seen elections with violence. We have seen, even in Kisii yesterday, people plotting violence against opposition leaders, alternative government leaders, visiting the people. Why will you attack them? Why will anybody plan an attack on Sifuna when he's going to meet people? You should let Sifuna have his meeting And any other person who wants to go to Kakamega do a meeting, also do their meeting. And let the best man win. But, Madam Speaker, that is not what we have seen. There is trend of violence. And there is trend of killings. And what I want to tell Senator Cheregai is that for every one person you kill because of politics, the person alleged to be accused of that killing loses votes. By the time you mourn that person, by the time you bury that person, it's all political. Kenyans are making their mind as to where they will vote. And the IBC must also come up with proper mechanism of promoting and educating voters. Voter education, Madam Speaker, has been missing. We are aware that voter registration will start massively and to every police station on 29th March after Ramadan is over. So I really want to call upon the Sifuna followers and all the young people in this country to go and register as voters, because finally it is the vote which counts. You can shout as much as you want one term or whatever terms you want to shout, but so long as you are not voting on the voting day, your effort is totally a waste of time. And I think now it's a time the young people and the 8 million Kenyans who did not vote last time should be very upset with how things are being done currently, and wake up very early to go and vote and bring a just government of the people. It is not going to be easy for anyone to put this country back to track. I saw the president yesterday say that his focus is on the ball. But unfortunately, with the golf ball, sometimes you, especially if you are an amateur, you hit it and it goes into the forest. Are you still focusing on the ball? We must really listen to Kenyans, do the right things for Kenyans. Kenyans have seen election violence. Kenyans should not die because of election, because of politics. Kenyans should not bury their loved ones because of politicians and because of misuse of the police force, Madam Speaker. We should all feel free to go and vote. We have seen violence in police stations in certain parts of the country, whereby, in fact, violence is so much unleashed on one side so that one candidate is totally disadvantaged, and that one favors members of parliament be elected, or the governors, and also it goes a long way also to favor a presidential candidate. And this matters when they are taken to court. Sometimes all the evidence doesn't come out in court. And therefore, there is every need, Madam Speaker, that we have a proper electoral law in the country, that a law everyone can rely on. And we have also seen a new trend where the law doesn't matter anymore, where procedures don't matter anymore for politicians, where every politician pretends is above the law, organizes and unleashes violence on opponents. I think, Madam Speaker, if an election is won fairly and squarely, then the other Kenyans, if you have a complaint, you file an election petition and voice it out. If there's no complaint, then the government which has been elected should be allowed to serve. It should not, violence should not be unleashed unnecessary to voters during the voting exercise. So I really want to challenge IBC, and I am praying for them that they get the budgets and the amount of money they need to plan a good election. We want to know the security of the ballot paper, the security of and the integrity of the electoral process, so that no extra ballots are printed or no extra boxes are taken into police stations. Violence is caused, blackouts are caused, and later on when votes are counted, it is a different story. As a person who have done election petitions since 2002, I am aware that every election is stolen in a way, even a member's election. And that's why people file election petitions. That's why we have by-election like we had one in the coast. What happens is the candidates who succeed, they are voted for overwhelmingly. such that the thieves of the election steal and are unable to finish all the votes. That's what happens in a lot of times. That's what happens in a lot of times. It is true. Senator for Bungoma, I can assure you, you are overwhelmingly elected, but I'm happy to hear the point of order.
Senator Wakoli, what's your point of order?
Standing Order 105, statement of fact. Can Senator Maanzo, as a serious prayer warrior and intercessor who communicates to God every day, even now, confirm to us how you stole elections, if you have ever stolen? That it's a fact that people steal elections in Kenya. Can he justify
Senator
using
Manzo,
his
do you want to
holiness title?
Yes, what I usually do in Makueni, because you cannot have a perfect 100% election in this country. And I'll tell you the malpractices. First, there are people and their agents on a polling day giving 100 shillings outside the polling station. In fact, there are people, Madam Speaker, who only spend millions of shillings on the election day only. So what I do, I pray my God, and I mobilize so many votes without paying. My election is usually the cheapest.
Senator Manzo.
Yes.
I don't think the member wants you to explain what you do. He wants you to substantiate the allegations that it's a fact that elections are stolen.
Yes, I will substantiate, and I will say, if that's what I do myself, and what I do is I put together so many votes so that whoever is stealing from me, they will steal and there will be a balance.
Senator Manzo, you actually not understand what substantiation is.
Yes, I do.
So can you substantiate that people steal elections?
I can substantiate through the election petitions which are filed, Madam Speaker. And the best example...
Yeah, so you know them, you're the one who filed. Can you indicate one?
The election petition, the presidential election petition of 2017 ruled out that Raila Odinga's election was stolen.
Senator Wakoli, that...
I'm not convinced. He should table facts.
Senator Wakoli, I think the ruling of 2017 is in the public realm. So you can verify and come and confirm whether it is
Speaker, did it say they were stolen?
It said clearly that the election was stolen, and that's why it was nullified. And there was another election. That's exactly what happened. So, under Senator Wakoli, I'm sure.
If this is the position of the united opposition, then we leave them to
Senator
God.
Wakoli. Senator Wakoli, this was intended to be a substantiation. So
Yes.
what you need to do is verify the facts of the case and indicate whether he's right or not.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me go on to conclude. I really want to say that now I can hear this is generating a lot of politics. The position of alternative government is that we will talk and convince as many Kenyans as possible, as they are doing now in Kisii, to support us, so that when the election comes, we'll be voted overwhelmingly, so that anybody try to steal that election will not be able to do it at all. A lot will be left more, and will win the election. I thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to support.
Senator Aaron Cheruyot.
My apologies, Madam Speaker. Senator Odi, let me use this place. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this report actually by our colleagues, the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. For the record, I have to declare interest that I participated in the NADCO process that gave birth to this report, Madam Speaker. And therefore, as I speak, I'm acutely aware that this is a reflection of the House rejecting part of the work that we did and the justification. I think I have quickly skimmed through what are some of the concerns that people could be having with that particular phrase. And I think the bigger challenge here comes with the fluency with which this report was drafted, particularly on the phrase undue delay, Mr. Speaker. The stakeholder, if you read paragraph 15 of the overview of the stakeholders' submissions on the particular bill, which is where this report premises its arguments on, is that the stakeholders submitted that the proposed wording of unreasonable delay, quote unquote, as in clause 2A of the bill, waters down the intent of punishing delays in declaring results because it has not been clearly defined, thus rendering it prone to misinterpretation. The stakeholders further urged the committee to align with the proposed amendment in section 39(1) of the Election Act and provides that the process and timelines for tallying announcements and declaration of election results. It's clear that as a committee, that's a NADCO committee, because we drafted these bills, Mr. Speaker, jointly, and it was co-chaired by the party leader of Senator Maanzo and the leader of majority in the National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, that we didn't capture the spirit of perhaps the country fairly well, because that paragraph tells you the fear that many stakeholders had when they appeared before us. Remember, the NADCO committee was formed as a follow-up to the 2022 elections and the protests that emanated thereon, which has been a cycle that this country has found itself in from as far back as you can recall. I think 2007, there were similar issues, 2013, 2017, 2022. Mr. Speaker, God knows about 2027 as well. And this is part of what we were aiming to address. But it's quite clear, if you read through the observations of the various, stakeholders that appeared before Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, it is quite clear that perhaps we didn't make it as exclusive or elaborate as many citizens would have wished, because a concern by those who appeared before us was that there were many instances where declaration of results was taking longer than usual. I think if you recall last elections, there were counties where, particularly, let's say in the seat of governor, it took longer than usual. And you know there were challenges. There's a part maybe where you find an opponent has realized they've lost the election, and therefore what they do is to mobilize supporters to go before the county tallying center, Madam Speaker, and ensure that declaration is not made, because we have put so much premium on the actual declaration by either the returning officer for the presidential or for county or even lower level elections, Mr. Speaker, which is a Kenyan phenomenon that I'm yet to understand, because in many parts of the world, Mr. Speaker, particularly older democracies, you don't have this kind of archaic practices. Actually, a declaration is made independently by the various state agencies, and that holds to be the election result at that particular time. We don't have this obsession of can the returning officer declare, you know, either for constituency or for county or even the presidential. If you read, for example, the submission by IGLEA, who are one of the agencies that appeared before the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, Madam Speaker, and I know for a fact that they have been involved in this litigation space around electoral matters for a while, Mr. Speaker. They posit that the proposed amendment should be consistent with the principle requiring a criminal offense to be explicitly defined to specify punishment, that it seeks to advance an offense to avoid ambiguity. You know, it urged the committee to either adopt the definition of term unreasonable delay with the meaning and the context of the proposed bill, provided specific timelines out of which the delay will be considered unreasonable. This is precisely what I'm addressing, that in our attempt to take into consideration the views by the various Kenyans who appeared before us at Bomas, Madam Speaker, asking us that we provide clarity on this issue of undue delay in declaration of results, we didn't do a fairly good job, Madam Speaker, and therefore they were asking that, number one, you must tie, because we intended in that proposed legislation to make it a punishable offense by law when you unreasonably delay declaration of election results as an elections officer. But that hasn't been properly specified. Second, and most important thing that they raise is that unreasonable delay is not fluent enough to explain that particular situation, because what I may consider to be unreasonable is not necessarily what you, Madam Chair, will consider it to be unreasonable. Many people will think that the returning officer is perhaps playing some funny games, but it may turn out that they are just counter-checking and they want to be certain and sure of how certain things are being processed. Therefore, on that account, Madam Speaker, despite the fact that I was part and parcel of those who drafted this particular bill, I agree with the wisdom of the committee and agree that we should not accede to the request of the National Assembly that the bill be passed as it is. I know there was a quote-unquote a gentleman's agreement, and Senator Maanzo, you need to check with your party leader. I'm surprised you're here pushing for the position of the committee that we do an amendment to the bill. There was a quote-unquote a gentleman's agreement at NADCO that all these bills, when they come to the House, given that they were a negotiated document, that one, they should not be amended, or if they are amended, then it should be in a bipartisan approach. I don't know whether any of those two conditions has been met for you to support. But I know you're doing your work as a legislator, which is something that is not the armpit of being covered or being waived by a gentleman's agreement, particularly other people. But I thought, given that your party chair drafted this, party leader actually rather, drafted this legislation, you'd be a bit more lenient to us. But I hear what we are being told by the committee, and I think I agree with them, Madam Speaker, that this is something we need to think about. Lastly, Madam Speaker, we must ask ourselves, how far can we go as a country to accommodate the fears of people who fear to lose elections, Madam Speaker? The IBC appeared before the Budget Committee of the National Assembly last week, I think. And I saw they were requesting for, I think, 60 billion between now and the next election. Can you imagine what 60 billion can do, Madam Speaker? And all that is processes that we have had to do and counter-do just to keep some people satisfied and to make sure that every political player feels that their wishes have been accommodated. Mr. Speaker, I have been fortunate to be part and parcel of the winning team in all the 3 terms that I've been in this House, Madam Speaker. And I know that electoral contests are not easy to win. But people must also concede that in any contest, there must be a winner and a loser. We seem to be perpetuating a culture in this country, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, where people don't want to accept results. And many times they begin to speak about it even ahead of time to prepare their supporters, so that in the alternate, when they lose, they have a justification. We know these games, but we must be adults at some point and tell each other the truth, that I know I have campaigned and I have done sufficient work on the campaign trail for the citizens of the country to give me the permission to lead them, Madam Speaker. This business of drumming up, beating drums of war every now and then, oh, you'll not steal our vote. Which vote? If you believe you have sufficient vote, Madam Speaker, you go out and seek. You know, I saw a gentleman last week on Sunday bragging before the country that, oh, you know, I took care of examination and nobody stole exams. Yet he's a gentleman who one is indicted by a committee of this House, that the only record they left at the Ministry of Education is that they stole public land belonging to a primary school in Ruaraka, Madam Speaker. And they want to lecture us about electoral integrity, that they will guard the votes. There is nothing, no business we in the political class have with regards to guarding of election, Madam Speaker. We need to surrender ourselves to the authority of the IBC and trust them that they are an independent constitutional commission, that the minute they have set out their responsibility and they have done it in a fair and transparent manner, Madam Speaker, we accept the results. In fact, Madam Speaker, I dare say that given the conduct of politicians in this country, Madam Speaker, part of the electoral code of conduct that IBC gives us to commit ourselves to before subjecting ourselves to any election, Madam Speaker, must include
acceptance of results, Madam Speaker. If we want to be a country that is progressive, otherwise we will end up being in a country that is pumping billions upon billions of shillings every other election cycle just to satisfy the ego of people who cannot win elections, Madam Speaker. And that cannot be allowed to perpetuate long enough. If you believe that you have sold a vision to the people of Kenya, then concentrate on ensuring that your voters turn out. They will speak through the ballot. Given our electoral system, I am deeply convinced that one of the hardest countries, Madam Speaker, to commit electoral fraud, particularly at the scale which many of the political players continue to talk about, particularly at the national level, is nearly impossible, Madam Speaker, because of the things that IBC puts in place. And I am not their spokesperson, Madam Speaker, but I just speak as a concerned Kenyan that our elections are increasingly becoming super expensive just to take care of concerns and fears of a few people, Madam Speaker, who don't have the courage of conviction to accept electoral results once they are done. Therefore, Madam Speaker, that's not the main reason why I rose to speak. I rose to agree with the committee that we didn't do a good job at the NADCO committee in terms of drafting that particular part of the bill to satisfy and meet the need or address the concern of fellow citizens. And therefore, on that account, I agree with Justice and Legal Affairs Committee that that part needs to be amended. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Kisang.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, also rise to support the Jailer Committee on rejection of the amendments by National Assembly, Honorable Speaker. From the report, Honorable Speaker, the committee undertook very extensive public participation on this particular amendment, Madam Speaker, and what they have come up with is to ensure the people of Kenya know really what they want. In fact, I'm surprised by what my colleague on the other side has said, Madam Speaker, because I thought he was also a member of CHAILAC, but I don't know if he is. Madam Speaker, if you remember 2007, Madam Speaker, the elections for 2007, the then chairman of IBC, or that time the late Samuel Kivitu, Madam Speaker, said he didn't know who won. So that's why it took long for him to announce the results. And basically we almost lost the country because of what the then chair of IBC said, Madam Speaker. That is why when I look at this, I don't know if National Assembly undertook public participation, because the one by JLAC of this House, Madam Speaker, was very extensive. That is why they came up with this report, Madam Speaker. You can imagine, Madam Speaker, when you say the results to be announced and reasonably no delay or reasonable time. This is very subjective, Madam Speaker. And the law already is providing that at the close of the polling station, the results for 5 candidates, governor, senator, member of National Assembly, women rep, and MCs are announced after the counting of the votes, Madam Speaker. And the law is very clear. The one for the president should be declared not later than 7 days. But when you say unreasonable delay or reasonable time, what is this? This is very subjective. A month can be reasonable time. 2 months can be unreasonable time. So basically it means we will be putting the country in a very precarious situation, Madam Speaker. I agree that we reject this amendment by National Assembly and go by what our committee, JLAC, proposed, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, I'm surprised when people say elections are stolen. You know, as Senator Majority Leader said, maybe we need to also amend the law to ensure when we are subscribing to the conduct of elections, Madam Speaker, we say we'll accept the results. This is a game. Elections is like a game. It's like what happened yesterday. Manu played with another team and they won. It doesn't matter by how many calls or by how many votes. For the presidential, it's 50+1. You cannot say you have stolen when yourself, as a candidate, you have not campaigned enough, you are assuming you don't even have agents in polling station. So who do you expect to help you to win if you cannot even help yourself? That's why we are surprised that somebody said he took care of exams. Actually, to tell you the truth, Madam Speaker, I was a member of ICT committee, and that particular former CS, we summoned him. He was very rude when he was the CS for ICT, and we could not entertain him in our committee. So I don't know. He wants to be the president of Kenya, and basically he was unable to run the Ministry of ICT properly. And when he was the CS Interior, he terrorized Kenyans, and he was very arrogant, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that is why this law is good, Madam Speaker. We don't expect any challenges. It's only that we need to have good conduct. We need to trust. We need to believe the referee. You don't fight the referee because you have lost, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on uncassetted polling stations, Madam Speaker, this is very clear. Polling stations in Kenya are cassetted. Primary, public primary school, even private primary schools, churches, polytechnics, Madam Speaker, and many other places. I don't expect that polling stations will, polling will take place in uncassetted polling stations. And the law is already very clear. You target the conduct of the IBC personnel, and who would have done that? Because if there is an issue in a particular polling station, IBC should have the capacity to cassette immediately, maybe a night before, even 2 nights before, so that the residents within that area will be informed where the polling place will take place, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the digital space, Madam Speaker, this is something that people don't, I think it is sometimes not understood very well, Madam Speaker, because, Madam Speaker, this is what the clause 4 says. The National Assembly is trying to delete clause 4, arguing that interference with political rights is already covered under existing offenses, bribery, undue influence. But you know, this is, Madam Speaker, if you read the Computer Cybercrime and Misuse Act, it's very clearly indicated there. And this basically supports what the Jailer Committee is saying, and this will enhance. Madam Speaker, finally, what the National Assembly should be doing now is to ensure IBC is resourced very well. They need to be given money in supplementary budget so that they can undertake mass voter registration. Because for the last 3 years, we have not done mass voter registration, Madam Speaker, because IBC commissioners were not in place, but now that they are properly in place, they should undertake mass voter registration so that the 8 million youth Senator Manzo is talking about, they take the votes. But I want to promise the united, confused opposition, Madam Speaker, that we will beat them by over 3 million votes, and they need to be ready to accept that they'll be beaten. So they need to prepare to come back to this House and the National Assembly as minority, because they are clueless, they don't know what is happening in the country. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I support.
There's no other request, so can the mover reply?
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to reply to this motion. And I want to first thank Senator Chiraligei for so ably seconding the motion, this very important motion. Senator Chiraligei, Nandi County Senator, is a valuable resource in this House. And at any one time, he always offers what he thinks about issues, and though sometimes we may not agree, he has a clarity of thought, at least on the issues that he believes in. So I thank him for seconding this motion with a lot of information. I want to also thank Senator Manzo for also putting his contribution towards this motion. And while he may have questioned why this bill is going this way, I want to first of all agree with him on one issue, that The people who are going round shouting one term, that shouting may just be campaign, but it may not deliver the vote or the win. And I want to encourage Kenyans to actually take up the vote, because beyond the campaign period, then comes the voting, and it's the vote that determines who then becomes a leader in Kenya. And so the vote at the end of the day is what will count. And I want to assure even the National Assembly that this is not a showdown from Senate. What Senate has done is that it has looked at the proposed amendments and subjected those amendments to constitutionalism, so that we keep within the legal parameters that we are supposed to observe when we are enacting the law. Thank you, Majority Leader Senator Aaron Cheriot from Kericho County, who has consistently pushed the agenda of legislation in this House with a lot of energy and a lot of intelligence. And thank you for admitting that during the NADCO process, the good intentions that were intended to be outputted by the NADCO process have still been met, because these legislations were formulated following that process. But it's good you have admitted that because of the short timeline you had to complete the NADCO process, as this enactment of legislation was done or amendments were enacted, there were gaps that needed to be closed out. And when JLAC went through the legislation that was before JLAC, then we had to close out on those gaps and define so that it meets the specific needs that it was supposed to, the legislation was supposed to serve. The concepts like unreasonable delay, Honorable Speaker, when that concept is introduced within just ordinary legislation that is which is subordinate to the Constitution, then to subject it to the constitutional time limit is the correct analysis of issues and is the correct guidance of how that legislation should move. And that's why Senate JLAC has exchanged the term and the concept of unreasonable delay to lean more heavily on the 7 days timeline that has been provided by the Constitution. And indeed, we need to ponder deeply on what Majority Leader has challenged us to do as a country. How much should we be spending to assure, how much should we be spending in order to assure a loser in an electoral process that that process has been checked enough and has been fair enough for them to accept the results. Indeed, Honorable Chair, I agree with Majority Leader that Kenya is one of those countries where it should be next to impossible to commit electoral fraud. And in fact, Honorable Speaker, I have listened to even the UK, the jurisdiction in the UK on matters electoral. Honorable Speaker, they are amazed at the kind of a system we have in Republic of Kenya. And in fact, they note that they have not deployed, number one, they have not deployed technology to safeguard the process. Kenya has already deployed technology. So Kenya is advanced in many, many respects in electoral matters. And I believe NADCO process gave us an opportunity long before 2027 to streamline all the electoral laws so that we do not have those showdowns that have been there in previous elections in 1997, 2002, 2007, 2012, 2017, 2022. We should not carry on with those disputes that are unnecessary, especially when the law can be straightened out. So what JLAC has done is to ensure that the bill is meeting the standards that have been set, or the contributions that have been given by stakeholders have been taken on board. The contribution of the NADCO process are taken on board, and the Constitution is adhered to so that we do not fall outside the parameters of what would be good constitutionalism. And Honorable Speaker, I also agree with the contribution of Senator Kisang and thank him for supporting the report of the JLAC, rejecting amendments that are bringing ambiguity to the Election Offences Act. And it is like we are all agreed that if the law has to be changed, if the law has to be adjusted, then it has to be adjusted or amended in accordance with what is provided for the overarching constitutional parameters. So with those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank your office for the support you have accorded to the committee as we proceeded with this task, and I would urge all the members to continue adhering to peaceful ways of campaigning, because the purposes of this law and the purpose of making amendments to the law is to ensure that, first of all, we are not having the kind of conflicts, Honorable Speaker, that have been coming with every electoral cycle. We are not having the kind of mayhem that we are starting to see when politicians have decided that it's time to reintroduce early campaigns. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, if we were to seek the opinion of Kenyans, we might as well discover that they may not be interested in heavy campaigning right now during this season before 2027. So mine would be, even as we amend, even as we go through these amendments and we go through this legislation, is to urge everybody that let's tame the language we are using in public. Let's be more tolerant of the views of every person, and let's remember that everybody who's interested in any seat or in any political office is a Kenyan, and they deserve to be treated with integrity and with respect, and ensure that while we are campaigning or doing whatever it is that we are pushing, or whatever agenda it is that we are pushing within this period, we should do it in a manner that leaves Kenyans safe and that leaves nobody hurt because of the campaign period. And with those many remarks, I beg to reply. And Madam Speaker, I also beg and request that the putting of question be deferred to a later date in line with Standing Order 66.3. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The putting of the question is so deferred. Next order.
Order number 15, motion, report of the Standing Committee on Health on the county oversight and networking engagements to Mandera, Wajir, and Marsabit counties.
Chair, Standing Committee on Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I raise a motion, a report of the Standing Committee on Health on the county oversight and network engagement to Mandera, Wajir, and Marsabit County. Madam Speaker, I have a concern on this report. The report was tabled last year, but because of the elapsing of the last sessions, it was taken to this session, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I urge also our business committee, SPC, to be concerned on the dates of the reports, so that at least this is a very important report to be tabled and to be done within 6 months, so that at least the county government to take the recommendations. Madam Speaker, with that concern, the committee on Health conducted the county oversight network engagement in Mandera, Wajir, Garissa from 28th April to May 2025. Madam Speaker, the committee ordered to gather this evidence, some evidence and information receiving within the the parliament and the key of how it engaged with the member of the public. Madam Speaker, the committee engagements involve in the site visits to the key health facilities, direct interaction with the county leaders, the healthcare workers and the members of the committee, the members of the public, through the interactions of the committee, gather critical evidence on the health, on the advance of the healthcare personnel, the status of the medical equipment, the supplies and the effective of the emergency and the referral systems, and the implementation of digital health record. Madam Speaker, with the committee identify and visited the following healthcare in the 3 counties. In Mandera, we visited County Referral Hospital, Mandera County Referral Hospital, Elwak, Khadija Health Center, Adra Health Center, and Elwak Sub-County. In Wajir, TB Panyata, Hodhan Dispensary, Wajir County Referral Hospital in Wajir County. In Marsabit County, we visited Marsabit County Referral Hospital, Marsabit County Referral Hospital. Primary goal of the committee tour were to design, to enhance the Senate's understanding of the health facility, health service delivery at the county level and provide legislative intervention. To assess the overall states and the quality of the health facilities, including the infrastructure, facilities, hospital equipment, and the emergency service. Secondly, to understand the unique achievements, prevailing issues, and challenging confronting the health service delivery in the counties. Thirdly, to assess the availability of the health personnel, identify the staffing gaps, and reviewing the training and the capacity building of the programs. Fourthly, to assess the availability of the essential drugs, medical supply, review the pending bill with the KEMSA, and investigating the commodity management system. Fifth, to obtain the information on the operationalization of the SHIF, the Facility Improvement Fund, and the reimbursement, the facility accreditations, and ensure the oversight over utilization of the health resources. Six, to assess the automation of the health provision system for the patient's record, drugs, and the commodity management. Madam Speaker, during the oversight visit, the committee identified the several critical challenges impacting the healthcare delivery across the 3 counties. 1, the health facilities suffer from the chronic shortage of staff, specifically specialists. Madam Speaker, the second one is the low moral persistence due to the poor contractual terms, prolonged lack of promotions, and the failure to promote pay, the salaries and stipend, particularly for the casual workers and HPC and community health workers. There is also untrained personnel, including CHPs, CHW, and the community health assistants who are frequently found dispensing the medical due to shortage of staff, or absence of the quality pharmacists, pharmaceutical technologies, raising significant patient safety concern and violating the Pharmacy and Poison Act. The hospital exhibits the significant infrastructural deterioration, that is including wear out of floors, leaking of the floor roofs, damaged ceilings, and inadequate sanitation facilities. Missing of the water taps in the maternities and many others, and often leading to severe overcrowding and forcing mothers to share beds in the maternity wards. Medical equipment service that's made, equipment is often in non-functions. Most of them are broken and lying idle due to lack of the three-phase electricity, inadequate technical supports, and expiry contracts, critical units like ICU, and often a lack of the requisite operation beds and equipment. Non-functional incinerator and lack of the proper disposal leads to unsafe, accumulative, and proper dumping of medical waste. Many facilities lack a proper security infrastructure, that is CCTV and perimeter wall. The county's routine face supply of shortage of essential drugs. And Madam Speaker, we realize KEMSA fill rate is so fill rates were not in some areas were not met, and meat supply needs persistence, forcing the patient to purchase medicine privately. Accumulations of expired drugs on the shelves. Most of the counties we have visited, almost 24 of the counties, they have the same issue. This is across all the counties. There is expired drugs on the shelves in a store and widespread, indicating the poor storage management and inadequate disposal. The health record management and inventory control systems are heavily insufficient. That is manual and paper-based process. This leads to discrepancy between the physical stocks and the recorded inventory. They hinder the data accuracy and slow information of retrieving and comparisons of auditability. There is also a budget allocation, oftenly prioritizing the recurrent expenditure over the development expenditure, leaving insufficient funding for infrastructure upgrading and the service expansions, and the fund embarked for the developments are frequently reallocated. A significant delay and inconsistency in reimbursements from the SHA is all over in the counties which we have visited. The hospital liquidity affected day-to-day operation and the service delivery. Madam Speaker, the committee has also provided the actionable recommendation directed primary to the county governments and the relevant national agency and the following way. Madam Speaker, the recommendation of the committee is a regular recruitment of the healthcare workers, specialists, and persistence of advance to actualize the employment on an actual contractual or internship terms to close a huge staff gaps. A resolution of the delay salary payments, remittance. Madam Speaker, most of the pending bills on the remittance of the salary reductions, immediately addressing a low staff morale and ensuring a timely remuneration and improving the terms of staff. Prioritizing the renovation and maintenance of the hospital infrastructure, including the floors, ceilings, walls, bathrooms, and also in fixing the water taps in the wards. Allocation of the dedicated funds to the complete and operationalize the stall projects, because most of their budget they normally take to recurrent instead of putting to their install projects, hospital projects, including mortuary, incinerators, and putting in place a proper security infrastructure, that is CCTV in all CCTV system in all public health facilities. Prioritizing also repair and maintenance of ambulance, and procure additional emergency units to ensure the operationalization, readiness, and establishment of centralized dispatch system for the effective referral. Roll out also the full automated digital health record system across all the facilities to ensure a proper efficiency and data accuracy, patient tracking, and streamlining the inventory management. Madam Speaker, the implementation of the strict inventory audits to improve expiry drugs and line the recording stocks with the actual inventory. The budget allocation for the county CIDP and committed balances a portion of the annual health budgets for the capital development and preventive maintenance and protection aiming for the last at least 30% toward the development projects. Madam Speaker, with that recommendations, on behalf of the committee, I wish to thank the Senate of Senator Abbas, the Wajir County, Senator Ali Roba, and Senator Chute for the warm welcome in the respective counties and support extended to the committees by their office during the oversight visit. The input and the contribution enabled the committees carry out these oversight mandates and function effectively in the 3 counties. Madam Speaker, the committee wishes to extend its appreciation to the Governor of Mandera, Wajir, Marsabit, and the respective executive committees members for the inputs and submissions and evidence produced during the oversight tour. Further, the committee extended the appreciations to the Speaker of the County Assembly in the 3 counties and the member of the County Assembly Committee of Health for their facilitations and participations. The committee is also grateful to the members of staffs and other stakeholders in the healthcare facilities visited during the tour for their submissions, which have greatly enhanced the evidence and analyzed during the process of this report. Finally, I acknowledge and appreciate the member of the committees for their dedications and commitment during the gather of the evidence and drafting of these reports and setting up the conclusion and the recommendations. Further appreciation goes to the Office of the Speaker and the Office of the Clerk of the Senate for the continued support to the committee during the execution of its mandate. Madam Speaker, it is now my pleasure during this duty and privilege to present this report of the Standing Committee for consideration and approval by the House, the Standing Order number 223 of the Senate Standing Order. I call upon Senator Cherargei to second. Thank you.
Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From the onset, I want to as I second this motion on the working visit on the report on county oversight and networking engagement to Mandera, Wajir, and Marsabit counties. Most of them are in northern Kenya. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the committee through the Vice Chair and the leadership of Health Committee, led by the Senator of Uasin Gishu, and the able Vice Chair, Senator Sheikh Omar, for this wonderful work. I think, Madam Speaker, just brief opening remarks is that as a Senate, we should invest more on doing oversight work visits. It is more effective, it is more efficient. You go there and interact and get what we call social audit. You are able to sit with the people, ask them questions, Madam Speaker, because this era of just sitting in a committee room and receiving reports that are written, sometimes, even if it's an OAG report, you need the veracity, you need to feel what the people feel about it. Because, Madam Speaker, this constitution is basically anchored on public participation. So I want to celebrate the Committee of Health. I have seen also where you are the vice chair of Devolution Committee, although you are sometimes gets worked up until shots are being held, like the one you are trying to intervene in Kakamega. But I want, it is more effective because when you go there, people, you can share, people can see us working. You know, when we speak on the floor of the Senate or in the committees, people might not understand. But when we visit an hospital like Mandera, which I had a privilege of visiting again in 2025, Madam Speaker, in January, when we went, courtesy of the area senator who had invited a number of colleagues to go and visit, we visited Mandera County Referral Hospital. A number of them, Madam Speaker. So I want to celebrate the Health Committee, the Vice Chair, Senator Omar, for the good job that she's doing. Madam Speaker, I know she's nominated, but I hope the people of Mandera are watching closely that what a man can do, a woman can do better. Madam Speaker, just a few remarks on this report, and I'm happy it is detailed report. Mandera, Madam Speaker, receives the highest allocation of equitable shareable revenue. We have not talked about conditional grants. We have not talked about the money they receive through other donor agencies and many others, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this Mandera County at the moment is facing drought crisis. We are aware there is the issue of water. Madam Speaker, there is the issue of challenges. Mandera also borders other countries. You remember Mandera town sits just across some areas, Madam Speaker. So it is the biggest challenge. There is so many water crises. And I'm happy the President, Madam Speaker, and it is very important to note this. When he visited Mandera on Nyota program, he promised to deliver, I think, around 3 generators. Those generators are being installed in Mandera town. It will assist the issue of water pumping, which I have seen, Madam Speaker, in Mandera, in Wajir and Marsabit. The whole cross-cutting issue is one, water shortage. But it shocked us when the governor of Mandera appeared and told us that he had spent 55.6 million Kenya shillings to buy seedlings. Yet Mandera County Referral Hospital has a scarcity of water. It tells you the leadership of that county does not prioritize, or they don't base on need assessment. Because that 55 million would have been used to fix water scarcity in Mandera County Referral Hospital. Another issue I've noted in this report, in all the 3 counties, Mandera, Wajir, and Marsabit, is what we call expired drugs. Madam Speaker, as a House, we must be very clear on the issue of dispensation of expired drugs to our people. Because it will cause what we call drug resistance. It can increase issues of disease, Madam Speaker. So I want to thank the committee. They have recommended very serious recommendations on the issue of expired drugs. Madam Speaker, on the issue of water, I have realized in some of the county hospitals that have been mentioned in Mandera, Wajir, and Marsabit, because I'll run through, Madam Speaker, a number of them is the issue of plumbing and absence of water taps and water heads. No, Madam Speaker, it is very unfortunate that our governors, especially from this region, are getting a lot of allocation until they cannot even buy water taps. A water tap that is sold here, Madam Speaker. They can even not buy a water hose, Madam Speaker. It's very unfortunate. And this report has captured, Madam Speaker. Remember, Madam Speaker, on Mandera, they have allocated 2.0 billion on health sector. But you cannot see, we are discussing in this report the issue of plumbing, Madam Speaker. It is very unfortunate that, and I want to thank Senator Omar for opening about that. In fact, another challenge, number 3, is on the issue of employees. And I know Kenya Union of Council of Clinical Officers, there is the issue of workers, Madam Speaker.
Senator Kinyua, what's your point of order? Do you want to come to the front?
Speaker, Nimemsikiza Cherargei akisema vizuri ya kwamba ukiangalia katika gatuzi hizo ambazo hizi gatuzi ambayo ametaja, amesema wao ndio wamepewa hela nyingi zaidi, Speaker. Lakini ni kinaya kwangu kwa sababu tena ninaona ya kwamba Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya alipotembea huko aliwahidia kuwapatia generator. Na Bwana Speaker, Cherargei mimi namjua ni mkamavu, amekuwa akiuliza hawa magavana maswali magumu kuhusu vile wanavyotumia hizo hela. Bwana Speaker, sisi tunasumbuka kwa sababu tayari haya mambo tayari yamegatuliwa. Kwa hivyo rais akitumia tena pesa za kitaifa kupeleka katika gatuzi, hilo ndio swali ambalo.
Senator Kinyua, is that a point of order? What is your point of order?
Ninauliza kwa sababu Cherargei amesema ya kwamba sawa, Senator Cherargei amesema ya kwamba wanapewa hela nyingi sana. Kulingana vile alivyosema.
What is out of order about that?
Inakuwaje Bwana Speaker tena, Speaker, inakuwaje tena sehemu hiyo hiyo tena kunapelekwa hela zingine kutumia pesa ambazo zingepelekwa mahali pengine?
Senator Kinyua, so who is that point of order directed to?
I am confirming what Cherargei said when he was being accused.
Senator, continue with the language that you first picked.
Okay, ninasumbuka kwa sababu Cherargei amekuwa akishutumiwa ya kwamba anauliza maswali magumu mpaka wanakisia mambo mengine anawaitisha. Lakini Speaker, ikiwa pesa ni nyingi tunapaswa kuone.
Senator Kinyua, I'll get you to sit down because yours is not a point of order. When you get the opportunity and you're next, you will actually be able to make your point.
Lakini Speaker, ungenikubalia tu.
No, it's not a point of order. I'm sorry. Senator Cherargei, proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I remember Senator Kinyua just walked in. He was in Kisii and Nyamira. He's still resetting his thinking, Madam Speaker, to what is happening on the ground, at the floor of the Senate. And you know, he has been walking around with a very dangerous man who we impeached him, who is not doing very well. Madam Speaker, I note the change. Number three is the issue of shortage of nursing staff and midwives. And I'm saying that in this era and time, there is the issue of maternity.
Senator Kinyua, your point of order was overruled, so Senator Cherargei, proceed.
Madam Speaker, I need protection. I think Senator Kinyua should know this is the Senate of the Republic of Kenya.
Proceed.
This is not Keroga Market. Madam Speaker, this shortage of nursing staff and midwives, you know, Madam Speaker, it is some of us, God has blessed us, we are still procreating. I know you, maybe you have paused or you are postponed or you are done with it. But, Madam Speaker, when we still discuss the issue of midwives...
cannot discuss the speaker in that light. Can you concentrate on
okay,
the
I just wanted to relate. Let me use Senator, the immediate speaker of the who just left the seat, Senator Muma. You know, people like Senator Muma have they no longer give birth; they have given birth to their last borns. No, I'm just trying to relate because this issue of midwives, shortage of nursing staff.
Point of order, Senator Kathy. You have mentioned her adversely in your submissions.
Honorable, is it in order for the Honorable Senator to make assumptions about my personal life as to whether I have stopped giving birth or not?
Senator Cherargei, I rule you out of order and urge you to concentrate on your submissions without referencing to Senator Kathy Muma's ability to produce or not produce more
My
offsprings.
apologies, and I withdraw previously. I was trying to relate because, Madam Speaker, my pain comes that we are still discussing the role of midwives in northern Kenya. You know, that is why there is high mortality rate where we are losing young children, they are unborn, Madam Speaker. Those are things that should belong to the past. And that is why some of us normally ask hard questions to these governors. Because if they cannot take care of the future of this country, Madam Speaker,
Would you like to be informed by Senator Kathy Muma?
Yes, yes, the Speaker can always...
Senator Kathy Muma, proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I wish to inform Senator Cherargei that the role of midwives in Kenya and in Africa is so important that it is at the center of stemming maternal mortality. So it will be wrong for this House to seem to look as if it does not appreciate the role of midwives.
Proceed. I'm sure you are duly informed.
Okay, I agree with Senator Muma that is very critical. I'll make 2 points, then I yield. But and that is why I'm saying the issue of midwives and issue should be resolved. You know, Northern Kenya, especially Mandera, the average family birth rate is between 7 to 8 children, which means if we add the service of midwife, we can get even up to 10. The average of Northern Kenya is between 6 to 7 children. In Mount Kenya region, which some people say is a stronghold, are getting an average of 1.5 to 2 children, although we can truncate it to 2. So you can imagine where the stronghold is, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the final point, because I know we are spent for time, is other areas like just infrastructure, the issue of laundry, Madam Speaker. I am happy that one has been noted. The issue of Khadija dispensary, Madam Speaker. The incinerator, I think, is something very cheap that we should not appear in this report. The issue of Hellwork Health Center and Hellwork Sub-County Hospital, there are similar problems that we are facing, Madam Speaker. The issue of water scarcity, expired drugs, the issue of staffing, the issue of access and ensuring that people get opportunity. Madam Speaker, the second county, Wajir County, I'm rushing through, is Wajir Maternity TB Center. It's not provided for. People do not have protective gear, which is very unfortunate, Madam Speaker. The issue of condemned infrastructure in Wajir Manyata TB Center, Madam Speaker. This is very unfortunate. I am happy that the committee have made recommendation to the governor to ensure that these issues are addressed once and for all, especially their role as the governor of Wajir, Madam Speaker. Even the issue of data protection. Madam Speaker, because most county hospitals don't keep data records. And you know, Madam Speaker, your sickness, how you are treated is a private matter. I wish our county governments could know that the breach of data is a serious legal dispute, that it is not fair to reveal anybody's medical records. And you know, most of us, including even in, I've seen Murang'a trying to digitize, but including Murang'a and many of our counties, they don't have protection of data. Number 3, Madam Speaker, on the issue of poor record keeping, the dilapidated, I'm happy the pictures have been shared, especially when you go to Wajir TB Center, it is a foregone discussion. In the issue of Ordan dispensary, Madam Speaker, it's very unfortunate that they lack a pharmacist. There are people who are willing to work in Wajir. It looks like the county government is not very keen and they are not doing their job. On the issue of Wajir County dumping site, Madam Speaker, it is very unfortunate that you know, there is an incinerator, Madam Speaker, to destroy this hazardous substance that come from a hospital. They are just dumping in Wajir dump site, Madam Speaker. And it is a danger to the residential areas. And I've told you, Wajir, Madam Speaker, you saw a documentary in NTV where there are people called toilet collectors in Wajir. Every evening they go with their jerrycans to collect toilet around Wajir town. Then they put in the lorry, then it is dumped in Wajir dump site, Madam Speaker, which is very unfortunate. And remember, this is the county where the Council of Governors, Ahmed Abdullah is the governor, and he had the audacity to say they cannot appear before the Parliament of the Republic of Kenya. Wajir County Referral Hospital suffers from the similar issues, the issue of poor storage, drugs expired, Madam Speaker, infrastructure, and they are allocating more than 2 billion Kenya shillings to the health sector in Mandera. Madam Speaker, I will finish at Wajir. We must see the service provision. 2 billion that goes to health sector in Wajir must be done. And I think the reason the governor of Wajir does not want to appear before this is because he is too embarrassed to tell us about the expired drugs, the poor sanitation, Madam Speaker, the issue of poor working condition, general poor development of Wajir County government, yet is the COG chair that presides over a gossip club. On the issue of Marsabit, is the same issue, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, so that we can move with the business of the House, allow me to say health is very important. Let us refocus our energy. And I want to conclude with the words I normally use, Madam Speaker, that the future, the strength and success of devolution will only be measured by one thing, Madam Speaker, the functionality of health sector in our counties. So the governor of Majia, the governor of Mandera and Marsabit, if I was to give them a score sheet, Madam Speaker, in the health sector, they have gotten -1 out of 10, Madam Speaker. With those many remarks, I beg to second.
Thank you, Senator Chiradige. Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Health regarding the county oversight and networking engagements to Mandera, Wajir, and Marsabit counties laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 2nd on October 2025. I will now invite senators to contribute to this debate. Senator Karen Nyamo.
Madam Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to make comments on the report, on the findings of the Health Committee, on the visits to Mandera, Marsabit, and what is the other county? And Wajir counties, Madam Speaker. These findings by the Health Committee are not statistics. Madam Speaker, this is reality in many counties in our health system, Madam Speaker, and it begs the question, Madam Speaker, after devolution, after we have devolved health, what investments are we doing in our counties? Because what seems to happen is just recurrent expenditure. That's what we budget for. The infrastructure in county hospitals, including here in Nairobi, is really deteriorating. A visit to one of our busiest hospitals here in Nairobi, for example, Mama Lucy Hospital and Bagati Hospitals, which are the hospitals that take care of the majority of Nairobians, the average Nairobians. You will see leaking roofs, you will see broken sanitation, and the most disturbing is patients sharing beds to date, Madam Speaker. I think it is time that we prioritize in our budgets, our county budgets, the expansion of the infrastructure in our hospitals, Madam Speaker. In this time and day, we should not be normalizing patients sharing beds and making situations or medical situations worse, because you might enter a hospital with a certain condition and have to deal with another condition that you pick in hospital because of this sharing beds, Mr. Speaker. Personnel, we have shortage of personnel, like as indicated in this report in Wajir and Mandera. And the Health Committee found untrained personnel dispensing medicine, and which is very dangerous because we know the repercussions of somebody who is not trained at all in the medical field dispensing medicine. This is not a joking matter. We need to be serious and train and employ in our county hospitals only trained personnel, Madam Speaker. We also have severe shortages of drugs which are perennial. These are things we have been talking about since I got into this Senate. Shortage of medicine, shortage of specialists in hospital. What is being done towards it? And the Senate Committee on Health has given quite practical solutions And Madam Speaker, I recommend that both levels of governments, the county government and the national government, implement the recommendations of these reports as soon as possible. Health is not a privilege, Madam Speaker. You know that health is provided for in the Constitution as a right in the Bill of Rights, and so this is not something that should be up for debate, Madam Speaker. As a country, we must prioritize the health of our people, Madam Speaker. And if we truly want a universal health care and universal health coverage to succeed in this country, there are some things that we should not be debating on this time, in this day and age. So I want to urge both governments, both levels, to implement the recommendations as given in the health report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Karen. We can now have Senator Derito John Kenywa, Laikipia County.
Asante Bi Speaker kunipa fursa hii. Kwanza mwanzo nataka kupongeza kamati ya afya inayoongozwa na Senator Mandago kwa kazi nzuri waliofanya. Bi Speaker, inapaswa eleweke wazi kwanza mwanzo tuseme ya kwamba afya ndio kiungo muhimu zaidi katika gatuzi zetu, ama jambo ambalo tunapaswa kuzingatia zaidi, kwa sababu Bi Speaker, tukiwa na barabara nzuri, tukiwa na shule nzuri, lakini wananchi wenyewe wawe afya yao imedhoofika, wawe na afya mbaya, Bi Speaker, hayo mambo mengine yote yatakosa umuhimu. Bi Speaker, ripoti hii inayoangazia kuhusu gatuzi 3, Mandera, Wajir na Marsabit, ni kama kioo. Bi Speaker, inaonyesha vile ambavyo gatuzi zetu zinavyoendeleza mambo ya afya. Bi Speaker, ukitembelea hospitali nyingi katika gatuzi zetu, zahanati, utapata ya kwamba hazina dawa. Na zile dawa zilizoko unapata zingine tayari zimeharibika ama zinakaribia kuharibika. Na nyingi za zile dawa wagonjwa wangehitaji unapata hakuna. Bi Speaker, na ni jambo la kuvunja moyo sana, kwa sababu katika seneti hii tumejikakamua kuongeza mgao wa pesa unaoenda katika gatuzi zetu. Hizi gatuzi 3 zimetajwa hapa, unapata ya kwamba hela ambazo tumezigawia ni hela nyingi sana, lakini wanapokuja katika kamati ambayo inashughulikia haya mambo, unapata hawezi kujibu maswali vile ambavyo alitumia hizi hela. Kwa hivyo kamati ya afya, kwa sababu walitembelea hizi sehemu, na Bi Speaker, nataka kukubaliana na Senator Cherargei ya kwamba ni vizuri kutembelea kaunti zenyewe ndio uweze kuelewa mambo yanayotendeka. Si kungoja ripoti tu ziandikwe na wale wakaguzi wa hesabu na wale wengine alafu tunaziangazia. Ni vizuri kwa sababu sisi kama seneti kazi yetu ni kulinda na kutetea hizi gatuzi. Unawezaje kuzitetea kama hauzielewi? Itakuwa ni vigumu. Kwa hivyo hii kamati nataka kuipongeza kwa sababu walitembea katika gatuzi hizi na wakaona changamoto walizonazo, ukosefu wa maji, Bi Speaker. Wakunga ambao wako huko ni wakunga wachache, na vile vile si wakunga peke yake. Tunapaswa kuangalia hata na hawa madaktari wa nyanjani ambao wanachangia zaidi sana katika mambo ya afya, kwa sababu kabla ya mgonjwa aweze kwenda katika zahanati ama hospitalini, wanaweza kuwa amemshughulikia kwa dharura ndio aweze kwa sababu Mswahili anasema kukinga ni bora kuliko kutibu. Kuzuia ni bora kuliko kutibu. Kwa hivyo Bi Speaker, haya mapendekezo ni mazuri sana. Lakini Bi Speaker, kwa sababu tumekuwa na ripoti kama hizi mara si moja. Tutafuatiliaje haya mapendekezo, Bi Speaker, yameweza kutekelezwa? Kwa sababu isiwe tu ni mapendekezo. Pengine mimi ningempa changamoto kiongozi walio wengi, kwa sababu tumekuwa na yeye hapa kwa tuseme mihula miwili sasa, na tumekuwa tukipendekeza tuwe na kamati ya kufuatilia kwamba haya mapendekezo ambayo yanapendekezwa katika kamati yafuatiliwe ya kwamba yametendeka. Tusiwe tu tunatembea katika hizi gatuzi, tunafanya mapendekezo ambayo ni mapendekezo mazuri, lakini hatimaye yanabaki katika masanduku na hayafuatiliwi. Kwa hivyo hiyo ingekuwa tu ni changamoto kwa kiongozi walio wengi, tuweze kuwa na ile kamati, Bi Speaker, ya kufuatilia ya kwamba haya mapendekezo yote yanatendeka. Bi Speaker, ukitembea mahali kama Nyahururu, hospitali ya Nyahururu, dawa hakuna. Mgonjwa amekuja, anapaswa kupata afueni akifika hospitalini. Lakini pale ndio anapata changamoto hata zaidi, kwa sababu vitanda vilivyoko, watu wanalala wagonjwa watatu. Hapana hata gondoro lenyewe limekwisha, mtu analia chuma, Bi Speaker. Kwa hivyo hata kama alikuwa na ugonjwa ambao amefanya alazwe, anapata ugonjwa mwingine wa mifupa, kwa sababu amelalia ile chuma, Bi Speaker, inakuwa ni changamoto. Kwa hivyo si Marsabit peke yake, si Wajir, si Mandera wanakona changamoto. Vile vile ukienda na Nyuki, vile hospitali unapata hakuna dawa. Kwa hivyo kamati hii ya afya inapaswa iangazie haya maneno vile ambavyo yameangazia, lakini si kuyaangazia kwa sababu kuyaangazia ndio, lakini kutekelezwa haya mapendekezo tuyafuatilie. Hata kama hawataweza haya mapendekezo yote hawataweza kuyaafikia, angalau, Bi Speaker, wakiafikia asilimia kama 60, tutasema ndio tuko katika mwendo. Lakini sisi kama seneti tunasikia, tuna uchungu, na wakiulizwa maswali magavana wanasema hawatakuja katika kamati kwa sababu wanaulizwa maswali magumu na kupeana viji sababu, kusema ya kwamba sijui anaitishwa hela, sijui anaitishwa. Kuna mtu anaitisha hela. Ile ambayo tunawaitisha ni uangalifu wa hela za umma, kwa sababu sisi kazi yetu ni kuhakikisha kwamba hela ambazo tumezigawa hapa zinatumika vile ambavyo zinapaswa kutumika, bila kupitia njia ya kando. Bi Speaker, nashukuru kwa kunipa fursa hii na naunga mkono ripoti hii, na haya mapendekezo, Bwana Speaker, Bi Speaker, yafuatiliwe ndio yaweze kutekelezwa. Asante.
Thank you, Senator Kenywa. Senator Wafula David Wakoli.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa nafasi ambayo umenipa na kuweza vile vile kama aliyekuwa mwanachama wa kamati hii kuchangia. Mheshimiwa Spika, kaunti ya Mandera na Wajir, Mheshimiwa Spika, imedhihirika kwamba haina maji ama hawana mafundi ambao wanarekebisha maji na mirija ya maji, na hivi kwamba hospitali hizi zina hitilafu hiyo. Mheshimiwa Spika, mashamba ama ardhi na maua katika hospitali ya Marsabit hayakuwa yameshughulikiwa ipasavyo na mahali pa kutupa taka. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika hospitali ya Wajir vile vyumba ama vitanda vya watoto wadogo almaarufu kwa kimombo baby cots havikuwepo vya kutosha, na hii inaathiri hali ya watoto wanapozaliwa katika zahanati hizi. Hospitali ya Wajir vile vile, Mheshimiwa Spika, baada ya kujifungua kina mama hawa hakukuwa na mbinu za kupambana na mbu ambao wangependa kuwamumunya watoto wachanga na mama zao. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, katika maeneo mbalimbali hakukuwa na miundombinu na vifaa madhubuti vya kupambana ama kuwasaidia matabibu kufanya kazi yao katika hospitali. Mheshimiwa, nikitamatisha kwa sababu ya muda, katika hospitali ya Mandera Marsabit kulikuwa na mabati ama paa zinazovunja, taa ambazo hazifanyi kazi, nyaya ambazo hazikuwa zimeunganishwa sawasawa, na hivi kwamba ilikuwa inaathiri ama kuhatarisha maisha ya wagonjwa na watoto. Hivi kwamba tunasema kaunti hizi lazima ziwajibike, na jinsi tulivyokuwa tunadai waje katika kamati zetu, Wakenya sasa wanaweza kwenda kwenye tovuti na mtandao wa bunge wajionee ripoti hii, jinsi magavana wanapenda pesa nyingi, lakini wajibikaji ni vigumu kwao, ni kama donda sugu. Ningependa kuunga mkono ripoti ya kamati ya afya. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you, Senator Wakoli. Senator Mariam, you can now proceed to reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the contribution made by members on this report. Madam Speaker, most of the contribution is about on the recommendations. Madam Speaker, we as a committee, we have visited almost 24 counties, and all the counties have the same issues, most of them, all of them, if you say. But for specifically for these 3 counties, especially the drugs, there's no drugs at the hospital level because of the KEMSA pending bills. If I may highlight, Mandera County, the pending bill to the KEMSA is 147.7 million. Marsabit is 100 million, and Wajir is 134. Madam Speaker, most of them is over 190 days. So to get other drugs, it will be very difficult, and for fill rates to be accurate, it will be a bit difficult until they pay the pending bill. Madam Speaker, the other one which I wanted to paraphrase properly is motivation of staff of CHPs delaying their stipends and the casual workers' payment. Madam Speaker, with that all, I wanted to beg to reply and request that the putting of the questions be deferred to the later dates as a pursuant to Standing Order 66.3. Thank you.
The putting of question is deferred to the next session of the Senate. Next order.
Order number 16, the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 48 of 2024, second reading.
Majority Leader Senator Aaron Cheriot, you can move the motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 48 of 2024, be now read a second time. The Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Disposal Amendment Bill was published in the Kenya Gazette Notice, Madam Speaker, on the 6th of December 2024 and referred to the Senate for its consideration. This bill seeks to amend the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, Cap 412C, Madam Speaker, of the Constitution, which provides for the procedures for efficient public procurement and asset disposal by public entities in the areas of public finance. These procedures include the reservation, preferential treatment on firms and contractors. The bill further seeks to amend the Principal Act to amend provisions relating to the definition and terms used in law and functions of this procurement. Madam Speaker, this bill will strengthen the framework on government and how public resources are spent and managed, updating an old law that was last amended, I think, in 2015, if I am not wrong, whose main objective, of course, is to promote transparency, ensure that we do things in an organized way, Madam Speaker, that preserves public interest and ensure that there is efficiency in terms of usage of public resources, Madam Speaker. This bill prioritizes actually local industry and development by reserving local contracts to a certain threshold for local farms. This not only supports domestic economic growth. There has been many proposals back in the day, but I have not seen people actually move in this particular direction to try and reserve procurement for local entities up to a certain amount, Madam Speaker. This bill helped Parliament to fulfill the constitutional mandate to safeguard public resources and ensure that we promote sustainable development. Specifically, Madam Speaker, Section 4 provides for foreign procurement contracts that have not been subjected to provisions of international procurement guidelines or adhere to Kenyan procurement laws. This amendment proposes that the Act applies to foreign-funded procurement of goods, works and services, except where bilateral or multilateral agreements between the government of Kenya and the foreign agencies provide for the use of international procuring firms and guidelines. To amend Section 9, it provides for an additional functions to PPRA to monitor and evaluate technology, knowledge and skills transfer programs to provide annual public reports. It also amends Section 10 to include, Madam Speaker, representatives from the Law Society of Kenya as a member of the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority. It further amends Section 33, Madam Speaker, to provide for additional roles to the county treasury to ensure that procurement functions shall prioritize goods and services manufactured in that county specifically. It repeals Section 40 of this Act to enable investigations to proceed despite the fact that issues under investigation in relation to an issue that review board is reviewing has reviewed under the relevant provisions of the Act. It amends also Section 41 to provide that a person can be debarred for public procurement for a period not exceeding 10 years. It provides that a person or a firm debarred by an international agency recognized by Kenya shall be considered to have been debarred in Kenya as if the debarment procedures and proceedings were concluded in Kenya. Many issues regarding to that particular provisions have been litigated in our courts for many years, Madam Speaker, where certain individuals or business entities have been debarred from participating in public procurement in their areas of jurisdiction. Now, in areas where you're working with entities that are recognized by our laws formally, Madam Speaker, if such individuals were to apply to do business in Kenya, they will not be allowed. To amend Section 44 of this Act to task an accounting officer to ensure that locally procured products or services are prioritized. In addition to accounting officers shall ensure that technology, knowledge and skills transfer plans from foreign firms are prioritized in the procurement and asset disposals, meaning that when you procure from a foreign entity, then you shall set in place procedures to ensure, Madam Speaker, that there is transfer of knowledge and skill to the local economy, and you just don't do a transfer of resources with them. Section 53 provides that the procurement of less than 1 billion shillings shall be awarded to a local firm. It also provides that foreign firms shall be eligible to procurement of contracts of more than 1 billion shillings where a foreign firm has entered into a JV with a local firm for not less than 30% of the value of the procurement. It also amends Section 70 that requires entities to set out in their standard tender documents specific goods and works and services to be undertaken by a local firm, joint venture, where a procurement is of a value exceeding 1 billion Kenya shillings. It further amends Section 83 to provide additional forms of conduct of due diligence by an evaluation committee to visiting offices, inspection of plant. The current subsection only lists one form of due diligence, which is obtaining confidential reference from persons with whom the tenderer has had prior engagement. I hope at the committee of the whole stage you can provide further clarity to avoid the business, Madam Speaker, where you force people actually to travel to very far and beyond countries to inspect goods that are sometimes cheaper than the cost of the airfare that it takes the evaluation committee to go and inspect some of those goods, Madam Speaker. It also amends Section 89 to obligate the procuring entity to seek advice of the AG on the propriety of the funding of foreign tender in case where a foreign tender participates in the competition for procurement. To insert a new Section 139 and 149, Madam Speaker, and so many others. They are part of sections that are being repealed, which include Section 177, which is penalty for natural persons decreased from a fine not exceeding 4 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 10 years, to a fine not exceeding 1 million and imprisonment for a term not less than 10 years or both, additionally mandatory. You know, the penalty for natural persons has been decreased from 4 million shillings to 1 million. Further, an additional mandatory fine has been introduced. The general penalty for corporate body has been retained at not less than 10 million shillings, but this will not be addition to mandatory fine if, as a result of the conduct that constituted the offense, the person received a quantifiable benefit of doubt or any other quantifiable loss. This bill also proposes mandatory fines that apply in instances where offense results in benefit or a loss. Madam Speaker, those are the various clauses that you are amending in this particular piece of law. So it's a cleanup actually of the Public Procurement and Assets and Disposal Act, Madam Speaker, to ensure that we conform it to the provisions of our new constitution, just ensure that we bring transparency and we make this law work better. With those main remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to move and request the Senator for Bungoma, Senator Wakoli, to second. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senate Majority Leader, Senator Wafula Wakoli.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the first, I want to second this, Honorable Speaker, the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill, National Assembly, number 48 of 2024. Honorable Speaker, I will not delve into detail because of time, but for the purpose of the public and Kenyans who follow, Honorable Speaker, I want to submit and second and say that Section 86 to prohibit citizen contractors who become successful tenderers from subcontracting to foreign companies unless the knowledge, skills, goods, or services are unavailable in this country. Honorable Speaker, this is a matter that is in the public domain. We are doing affordable housing, we are doing bridges, we are doing many infrastructural development, we are doing a stadium, Honorable Speaker. But Kenyans have the zeal and the desire to participate and build and construct this country. This bill will give them an opportunity to participate directly and ensure that they also add value in their skills, Honorable Speaker. To amend 89, Honorable Speaker, to obligate the procurement entity to seek the advice of the Attorney General on the propriety of the funding of the foreign tenderer in a case where a foreign tenderer participates in the competition for procurement. Honorable Speaker, to amend 135 is part of the tender documents, the transfer of skills and technology plan. We are sending many of our young people out of this country. Now we are tapping into this technological field directly from Kenya, so that as they leave this country, they are better human resource people to the world than what we have today. We don't say that we don't have the base, but we are saying the other technologies that are coming on board, we can tap into them and make Kenya great again. Honorable Speaker, to amend Section 149 to obligate the authority to ensure that priority is given to citizen contractors in the subcontractors of tenderers. Further, where it is deemed necessary to subcontract a tender to a foreign contractor, the accounting officer shall cause a report to be prepared. Honorable Speaker, you know this country, where people have been mischievous enough to pursue tenders, big tenders, but behind the scenes, they just transfer without any knowledge, without any reason. This bill is going to ensure that by the time you are subcontracting a foreign entity, it means this country is not able to provide those services. So I support this bill and request that my colleague members to create time and go through it and be able to push it to the next level. To amend section 176 is to provide for an offense of a contractor who submits substandard quality of works, goods or services contrary to the contract specification, terms or conditions of the time of inspection. It also provides for an offense of a person who certifies or delivers substandard goods or works that are incomplete, non-existent, and whose quality is below the specifications contained in the contracts commits an offense. Honorable Speaker, these are part of the bills or the contracts or the projects we are seeing across the counties, Honorable Speaker. You go to Wajir, you go to Marsabit, you come to my Bungoma County. The dual carriageway, Honorable Speaker, given to a contractor, 1.2 billion consumed. You check on the road, it is dismally done, and people are walking scot-free, Honorable Speaker. We are saying that people must be held to account. You go to health facilities, Honorable Speaker, across the country. The workmanship there is wanting, but people certified. People allowed payments to be done. You go to ECDs in Bungoma, the same. So we are saying this bill, everyone will be held accountable. There are no, people will not hide in political big fathers or godfathers. You will be subjected to this law, that if you cook certificates, if you forge approval letters, you must be held accountable. And that is the spirit of the Republic of Kenya. The government wants everyone to be accountable for what they do. So this bill is going to provide a good platform for contractors, for tenderers, for practitioners, or those service providers, to the financial institutions, to ensure that together we deliver on our mandate. Honorable Speaker, I beg to second.
Thank you, Senator Wakoli. Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 48 of 2024, be now read a second time. Honorable Senators, I do not see any senator wishing to have you. Oh, okay. Senator Chimera Raphael.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I must appreciate that the fact that we have a new chamber system. I was not able to work on it. Madam Speaker, let me first take this opportunity to really thank and commend the Majority Leader together with his able whip for moving and supporting this motion. I rise, Madam Speaker, in support of this particular bill. I have listened to the proposed amendments as moved ably by the Majority Leader. And Madam Speaker, for the first time, I am happy that as a nation we are seeking to sanitize and regularize how we do our procurement system. You'd notice, Madam Speaker, the procurement function is very key in making sure that there is equitable economic growth across all sectors, Madam Speaker, of the economy. Madam Speaker, we must ensure that the supply chain management end-to-end is managed in a very transparent manner, in an efficient manner, and in a manner that ensures that public resources are prudently used so that Kenyans can get value for their money, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll speak to three issues on the amendments as proposed in this bill, Madam Speaker. The first one is the issue on local content, Madam Speaker. I am happy that for the first time now, we have law that seeks to protect local content, Madam Speaker. Now that the bill specifically speaks on the need to have our small contractors, those who regularly interact with the procurement system, Madam Speaker, are protected, that they're able to get business, they're able to get contracts in a very fair and competitive manner, Madam Speaker, and their payment is guaranteed, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also want to speak on the proposed amendment on the need to have LSK membership sitting in various boards in the procurement function, more or less and specifically on the issue of PPRA, Madam Speaker, and also the procurement tribunal board, Madam Speaker. When you look at those of us who have a chance to practice before the PPRA and the PPRB, Madam Speaker, it is purely questions of law in that particular tribunal and those particular boards, Madam Speaker. But shockingly, the membership of those boards, Madam Speaker, has never had anyone with membership from LSK. And I'm happy now the bill is specific that there is need to have someone who is from LSK to sit in those particular boards and the regulatory authority, Madam Speaker, so that they're able to guide fellow members insofar as procurement issues are concerned and making sure there's compliance with the law, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, lastly is the question on foreign procurement and the need to have protection on our small-time contractors who are able to scale up their business and able to land contracts that are worth 1 billion and below, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you would recall, and it is common knowledge and in the public domain, that most of the players in our procurement system in the country, especially contracts that are closer to 1 billion Kenya shillings, Madam Speaker, are usually a preserve of the foreign companies. There are many Chinese companies that are constructing and engaging in our public procurement because the law does not seem to protect those of us who are local farms from local origin, Madam Speaker, who would wish to participate in contracts that are almost getting to 1 billion, Madam Speaker. I am so elated that for the first time, there is law that protects that particular businessman, that particular contractor. He is able to bid fairly and freely so that he can be able to land anything that is below 1 billion bob. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, for those many, many remarks, I wish to support.
Thank you, Senator. I will now call upon the majority leader to proceed and reply.
Madam Speaker, I thought there were more than 2 people in the House, but maybe for one reason or the other, Madam Speaker, they chose not to speak to this particular topic, and I expected Chimera, Senator Chimera, my colleague, who has just walked in to have more to say, but I realized, typical of the selfish nature of the profession he comes from, the only part of the law that he picked is that we have now made it possible for LSK to have a representative. Surely, when will our lawyers do better, Madam Speaker? It cannot always be about you guys, Madam Speaker. In fact, I'm beginning to rethink whether we made the right thing. Maybe we should give this position to accountants at ISPAC instead of you lawyers. Madam Speaker, I thank you. I appreciate what my colleagues have done and said about this. Just a reflection on our procurement space. You know, one of the promises, I hear some of these politicians who have made it a habit, Madam Speaker, of clinging on to anything and everything to try and get a career out of throwing cheap shots at the president, say that there's been little reform that has been made in the country as a realization or appreciation of some of the conversations that have happened in this country in 2024, when there was a big call to accountability by various agencies. It wasn't just about young people. There are many things that many people that spoke, including religious bodies and others. Part of the bigger space that the conversation was about was in public procurement. And you remember the president promised at that particular time that we shall move from manual to digital procurement. And that has been actualized, Madam Speaker. No public entity has been allowed to procure manually in this current financial year. That's a promise that was made at that particular time, and a significant one, Madam Speaker, because when you do your procurement electronically, as proposed by many people and pushed by the president, despite, by the way, sabotage by very many agencies, including our colleagues in the National Assembly, who passed a law, again, trying to revert that particular proposal for reasons that I never understood. There was sabotage even from the media. You know, we live in a very interesting country, that sometimes we have people who serve in the Kenyan media who believe that if being right demands that they appear to agree with the president, then they'd rather appear wrong for reasons I have never understood, Madam Speaker.
on this particular issue of moving from manual to electronic procurement, Madam Speaker, I saw many of them trying to correct and say, oh, this process has been hurried, it's been rushed. Yet, I thought if there was ever to be a policy proposal that the executive made that was as progressive as many of other proposals that have been made over the years in the term of this administration, it is this move from manual to electronic, Madam Speaker, where you can go to the portals of the procuring entities, see the firms that are benefiting from public procurement tenders, at what cost, Madam Speaker, and those efforts need to be lauded, Madam Speaker. The judiciary was not left behind. Many times we are told, oh, you know, we have free courts and all these things. There were orders left, right, and center as usual. You know, you can get a court order for everything in this country. There were court orders against that policy proposal, Madam Speaker. And you look at it and you wonder, you know, when you object to such proposals that will ensure that we safeguard public property and public interest, Madam Speaker, which interest are you protecting as a judicial officer when you issue orders against such proposal, Madam Speaker? But I am glad that the President stood firm, that as we speak today, any procuring entity that has done a procurement of goods and services manually, it has been with the express provision of the National Treasury and after meeting certain conditions and justification as to why that particular process could not be undertaken electronically. That ought to be the case, Madam Speaker, so that we cut down on graft. It's one of the most decisive moves. Of course, the Council of Governors, Madam Speaker, objected to these policy proposals for reasons that you and I know very well. And some of the counties, actually, from the reports that are tabled in this House every other afternoon, are not in compliance. It is my hope, Madam Speaker, that such entities will actually change tact and move appropriately as expected. With those many remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to reply. Madam Speaker, further to that, I wish to make a proposal that in compliance with Standing Order number 66.3, that the putting of a question on this particular subject be deferred until a later date. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. The putting of question is deferred to the next session of Senate. Next order.
Order number 17, the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 46 of 2023, second reading.
Senator Seki is not in the House, so that will be dropped from the order paper.
Order number 18.
Oh, that was Senator, not Seki. It's now deferred. Order number 18, proceed.
Order number 18, the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 49 of 2023, second reading.
That order is also deferred. The mover is not in the House. Proceed to the next order.
Order number 19, the Narcotics, Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Control Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 1 of 2024, second reading.
That order is also deferred. The mover is not in the House. Next order.
Order number 20, the Culture Bill, National Assembly Bills number 12 of 2024, second reading.
Senate Majority Leader, Senator Aaron Cheruiyot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Culture Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2024, be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, this bill, the Culture Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2024, was published in the Kenya Gazette, supplement number 49 of 2024, dated 18th of March 2024, and the bill was passed by the National Assembly on the 12th of June 2025 and referred to the Senate for its consideration. What is the
import of the bill. This bill, Madam Speaker, seeks to give effect to Article 11 of our Constitution, which promotes all forms of national and cultural expression through literature, the arts, traditional celebrations, science, communication, information, mass media publication, libraries, and other aspects of our cultural heritage, and ensure that communities receive compensation or royalties for the use of their culture and cultural heritage, and provide the framework to guide national cultural development. The implementation, Madam Speaker, of this bill, I don't know what has happened to the screens. Madam Speaker, the color looked different from what we were seeing a few minutes ago. You know, we made a comment about this audiovisual. Now it's back to the default settings. Madam Speaker, you know, somebody can be confused. They can be looking and watching at the screens. They realize it's me speaking 1 minute, then the next minute, it's a white man with a voice similar to man speaking.
Technical team, can you ensure we don't have AI dancing and playing games on the screen? Retain Senator Aaron Cheriot's dark complexion. I think it earns him some mileage and bonga points.
You know, I'm dark and handsome, Madam Speaker, and I don't appreciate when there is interference of that complexion. So the implementation of this bill will guide the principles including equal recognition, dignity and respect to all cultures, Madam Speaker, including those of the minorities, the marginalized people, while ensuring that cultural activities, expressions, and practices are consistent with the Bill of Rights. Remember, Article 11 includes the Bill of Rights, Madam Speaker, one of the sections of the Constitution that we are most proud of. It sits at the apex, actually, of development of that space globally in terms of the freedoms that we have given to our citizens, Madam Speaker. And therefore, any attempt to ensure that those rights are inculcated in our society, protected by statute and law, Madam Speaker, is welcome. This is one such legislation, Madam Speaker, particularly on culture. Many people dismiss culture and imagine that culture has no space in the 21st century. They need to read. It's actually lack of appreciation of culture, Madam Speaker, that has led many societies astray. And any society that is not strong on culture, Madam Speaker, cannot develop, cannot move forward, and cannot appreciate the beauty of human nature as expected. Culture, Madam Speaker, is at the cornerstone, in defining identity, values, and heritage of communities, particularly in our country, Madam Speaker. And it places this constitution that we have, the 2010 Constitution, places an obligation on the state to promote all forms of national and cultural expressions, including literature, arts, tradition, celebration, science, communications, information, and all that. And the Constitution expects us as Parliament to enact legislation to ensure that communities receive compensation or royalties for use of their cultures and cultural heritage. There are many communities which people actually ape and mimic their cultures, Madam Speaker, but they're not paid or receive any forms of royalties for the use of the same, including almost all 47 communities, Madam Speaker. There's something unique about every part of Kenya, Madam Speaker, and we must provide the necessary legislation to ensure that all these entities, Madam Speaker, are provided with the necessary support to move that particular space. At present, we as a country don't have a comprehensive legal framework to effectively protect, promote, and manage cultural heritage and expression. The existing legal provisions remain fragmented and insufficient to address emerging contemporary challenges relating to cultural preservation, equitable compensation, and the use of their heritage, Madam Speaker, on the coordination of cultural matters between the national and county governments. This is a place that many people forget that actually there are communities whose culture we have borrowed and rely on to promote our country, to promote our various counties, but people don't receive the necessary royalties. So how is this being done, Madam Speaker? Specifically, under Part 1, which is Clause 1 to 4 of the bill, we provide for matters including the preliminary issues, the issues of title, definitions, interpretation, and the principal objects of the bill. Part 2, which is clause 9 to 15 of the bill, 5 to 19, sorry, it provides for the management of culture in Kenya and delineates functions for both the national and county governments. It provides for the establishment of the cultural database, access to information relating management of culture in Kenya, compensation to individuals, group communities for the use of cultural properties, research into culture, cultural heritage, and registration. Under Part 3, Madam Speaker, which is clause 20 to 29, the bill provides for offenses and penalties in relation to culture when you violate and are not sensitive of people's culture. Remember, this article is about preservation and deepening of culture within society. So what happens to those who violate such instances? Part 4 rather, which is clause 30 to 33, it just makes the general relations in regards to fees, charges, and penalty on the power to make regulations under this act. Therefore, Madam Speaker, given that this is a bill that should generally attract very good contributions from our colleagues, those who love culture and appreciate it for what it is, this is a very important moment that I'd wish to pose. I don't know if there's sufficient time, Madam Speaker, to continue making my submissions. I am actually concerned because there are many things that I still want to say, yet I still have a balance of, I don't know how much time you can guide so that then I will know, Madam Speaker, what to do with the remainder of the time subsequently when I get the chance to speak on this bill. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. When we resume, you will have a balance of 52 minutes to speak into that important bill. And Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 25th February 2026 at 9:30 a.m. Thank you.